Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. It's a beautiful Monday morning here at the Civic Center, Ozumba Mbadiwe, Victoria Island, Lagos. And you're welcome to Concrete Ideas 6.0. Thank you so much for being a part of this conference. As we begin, may I ask that we please rise as we sing the national anthem. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please let's take our seat, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. At LAFARGE Africa, we prioritize safety. And so I would like to take a moment for safety tips, to share safety tips with our distinguished audience. And to do this, I'd like to invite a safety officer here at the Civic Center, Mr. Gift Ejikeme, to please come up for the safety moment. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, all. My name is Gift Ejikeme, Safety Officer for Civic Center. You're currently in the PVH hall, first floor. And in this hall, we have two exit points, one behind you and here, this one before you. So when you hear the sound of the emergency alarm system, or I personally walking here to ask you to vacate the hall, please kindly make use of any of the two exit points. When you're leaving, please, do not panic. Do not panic. Do not push anyone. Do not push around the chairs. Please, just walk fast through any of the exit points. And when we walk through the exit points, you find the elevator and the staircase. Please avoid the elevator, because it might go off and get trapped inside. So you make use of the staircase. And when you descend the stairs, you have the reps to maintain your balance. Then when you descend the stairs at the ground floor, you turn left. Walk straight, that will lead you straight to the muster point, that is fire assembly point. Please wait there. Do not come back into the building until you're asked to do so. I will be the one to ask you to do so, to come back. Then my colleague or my team and I will also be here to coordinate evacuation, please. Now, by mistakenly, or you find any water on the floor, any liquid substance on the floor, please call on me or call the ushers to get the cleaners clean it off, because it might treat somebody. Then we'll have the toilet by exit, the exit behind you, you turn left, that will lead you to the toilet. Thank you, and enjoy your day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gift. As I mentioned earlier, here at LAFARGE Africa, we prioritize health and safety. Now, speaking about health, in addition, if there's any case of health emergency, we've got a standby hospital. It's the Grover's Hospital. It's located at 81A Eunice Bashon Street off Ajose Adiogun, Victoria Island. That's only about a 5-minute drive from here, and it's open throughout the day. So be rest assured that you are in safe hands in this conference. Having shared the necessary information for our health and safety, may I now proceed to establish due protocol. The Chairman, Board of Directors, LAFARGE Africa, Prince Adebode Adefioye, and other board members present. The CCEO, LAFARGE Africa, Khalid El-Dakani. The CFO and incoming CEO, LAFARGE Africa, Lolu Alade Akinyemi. Immediate past Commissioner of Environment, Ogun State, Mr. Ola Oresonya. Acting DG, National Commission for Energy and Environment, Engineer Joseph S. Olayonde. MD CEO, Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, Dr. Dolapo Fashawe. MD Lagos State Waste Management Authority, Mr. Ibrahim Adejuwon Odumboni. MD CEO of Nestle Nigeria PLC, Mr. Wasim El Husseini, who is represented today by Victoria Uwadoka, Corporate Communications and Public Affairs Manager at Nestle. Managing Director at Savannah Energy Nigeria, Mr. Kpade Durotoye. CEO, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, Mr. Ayo Ademilua. Professor Babajide Alo, Professor of Chemistry, University of Lagos. Management and staff of LaFarge Africa PLC. Members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests who are joining us physically here at the Civic Center in Victoria Island, or those who are joining us far away online, our distinguished virtual guests. We welcome you to this conference. You're welcome to the platform for policy discussions on the construction sector and the built environment. You're welcome to a convergence of the finest minds in this ecosystem. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Concrete Ideas 6.0, organized by LaFarge Africa. And now we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 past editions, and we're here for the 6th one. It's such a pleasure to host this conference for the 2nd time. My name is Temi Badru, and it's such an honor to stand before you as your event host today. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to take you on a quick stroll down memory lane. In October 2020, LaFarge Africa birthed this platform, Concrete Ideas. And since then, it has been a platform to discuss policies in the construction and real estate sector, as well as to deliberate on broader public policy challenges. Today, I cannot wait to hear the amazing insights that our moderators, panelists, discussants, speakers would bring to the floor. I am ready for it, and I do hope that you are ready for an amazing discussion. Our theme for today, as we can well see on the screen and everywhere, is the business of clean energy, opportunities for industries and SMEs. The business of clean energy, opportunities for industries and SMEs. As always, ladies and gentlemen, you can connect with us on social media. We'd love to connect with you. Please connect with us on LinkedIn at LaFarge Africa PLC. This is a great moment to bring out our phones and connect with us, you know. And you can connect with us on Instagram as well at LaFarge_Africa. On Twitter, you can connect with us at LaFarge_Africa. And please don't forget to use the hashtag LaFarge Africa and Concrete Ideas 6. Once again, the hashtag for this conference is LaFarge Africa and hashtag Concrete Ideas 6. As we speak, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to mention that we are streaming on YouTube. So you can connect with us as well on YouTube. It's at LaFarge Africa PLC. And we're streaming on Instagram as well at LaFarge_Africa. So please do well to tell people who are not even here physically that they can join us, you know, to be a part of this conversation without necessarily stepping into these walls. They can be there in London, in the, you know, anywhere beyond Africa or even within Africa. They can join us by connecting with us on social media. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me to welcome the chairman, LaFarge Africa PLC, Prince Adebode Adefioye, for his opening remarks. He's joining us virtually. A round of applause for the chairman, please.
Good morning, everybody. I hope I am audible. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the 6th edition of Concrete Ideas that, as Timmy has clearly articulated, this is the 6th edition. We've had 5 editions before this, 5 very successful editions, and I am delighted, particularly delighted at the choice of discussants today and their caliber. In the past, we've had federal ministers join us because the whole idea of concrete ideas when it was started in 2020 was to have a platform for policy discussions on the construction and the built environment section of the economy. Today's subjects, when you look at it, it's not just chemistry, it's not just geocycle, it's not just about decarbonization, it is really about stimulating every part of the public, recruiting people into this sector, which is the future of the survival of the art itself. So the whole idea is to bring people together to be able to stimulate even the banks and the financial sector of the economy to get educated and get recruited into this part of what's the focus of the industry for the future. I'm particularly delighted on behalf of all my colleagues on the board to welcome all the discussants here. Timmy has done 3/4 of my job, and I expect that we'll have a beautiful day. And at the end of today, we expect that, as usual, LAFARGE will have set the tone and the platform for broader public policy problem solving. Thank you. I wish you all a happy and fantastic dedication.
Thank you so much, Chairman LaFarge Africa PLC, Prince Adebode Adefuye, for that warm opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to invite for his welcome address the CCEO LaFarge Africa PLC. I'm talking about none other than Khalid El Dokani. A round of applause for him, please.
Good morning, everyone. Always a great pleasure to have you all. On behalf of the Chairman, the Board of LaFarge Africa, the ExCom, and everybody in LaFarge Africa, we want to thank you so much for the time granted to us to attend with us the 6th edition of Concrete Ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on all existing protocols. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the 6th edition of Concrete Ideas. Before I begin, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all our esteemed thought leaders here present who are professionals and policy experts within the sector. Thank you for your keen interest and participation. Our Concrete Ideas journey has been one of collaboration and positive impact. Through Concrete Ideas, LaFarge Africa has over 2 years assembled thought leaders from the public and private sectors to deliberate on policies to promote investment and best practices in the construction and allied sectors. The platform has generated diverse global best practices and perspectives from our esteemed guests, while showcasing the best ideas in transforming them into solutions that could sustainably solve housing, infrastructure, and environmental challenges in Nigeria and other African economies. To capture the deliberation and recommendation from these rich conversations we developed and launched a policy blueprint in collaboration with renowned economist Dr. Ayo Toriba. The blueprint is an analysis of insights and ideas discussed by stakeholders in the construction, infrastructure, and housing industries during the 5 last Concrete Idea sessions. With this blueprint, LaFarge Africa underscores its commitment to sustainability, which is in alignment with its purpose of building progress for people and the planet. Today's conversation will feature 2 panels, both examining and discussing actions that will transit Nigeria's economy from its reliance on high carbon fuel to one operating more efficiently on clean energy. The first will focus on the business of clean energy, opportunities of industries and SMEs, while the second panel on promoting circular economy through sustainable waste management practices. Many countries and organizations around the world are responding to climate changes and have announced their commitment to net zero. In response to this, several nations of the world have begun to adopt energy sourced from inexhaustible natural sources. Clean energy, one of the major components to achieve decarbonization targets, that has started to become mainstream worldwide. This drive towards clean energy has resulted in a boom in the clean energy sector, bringing with it real prospects for energy security, economic benefits, and climate change mitigations. Nigeria, with no exception, is one of the most committed countries to clean environment. As the world moves towards decarbonization, it's also imperative that Nigeria's ongoing challenges with access to energy is to be addressed. The government is already pushing for increased clean energy to reduce emissions and drive energy transformation that will result in a more friendly environment for the development of clean energy industries. Also, the need for clean renewable energy by corporates and industries in the country is growing rapidly. Due to these prevailing factors, corporations are looking for ways to power their operations, supply chain, and product life cycle with a more and efficient and sustainable energy. In a few years, the interest in more clean renewable energy forms is bound to grow, especially given the erratic electricity grids. This makes clean renewable energy a highly lucrative business venture for business persons and investors. We can make Nigeria a more attractive destination for global energy investment that will allow it to fund its energy transitions toward lower carbon sources of energy, such as wind, water, sun, and biomass. Furthermore, by maximizing recycling in incinerating residual waste, Nigeria will be conforming to the principles of the circular economy. In conclusion, this is a prime period for companies and policymakers to leverage opportunities enhancing clean energy and improving energy efficiency in the country. Fighting climate change and making the transition towards a greener economy requires a concentrated effort by all stakeholders, industries, individuals, and government and policy makers. As leader in sustainability and innovation, LAFARGE will continue to collaborate with stakeholders, and we expect that the discussions by a range of industry experts and public officials here present today will provide a clear view on the business of clean energy and summarizes the opportunities, insights, and assisting in the decision-making process and strategies to accelerate access to the clean energy. Once again, I thank all our thought leaders, the participants, as well as everyone that helped in one way or other to put this event together. Very much thankful and appreciated by LaFarge Africa team. I look forward to rich deliberations and discussions that will follow. And with this, I hand over the moderator, Olivier Modi, to take the first panel. Thank you so much, and I wish you a very great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would probably have gone into further details as to why we're having this conversation, but I would dare say that our CCEO has done an exhausting introduction for me. So thank you, sir, for doing more than half of my job this morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Olive Emodi, and I'm the moderator for the panel sessions today. We're going to be having very important conversations. If we look at the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals, Goal 7 is talking about access to clean energy, and it's important that we have these conversations and look at the energy transition. The world is talking about it. How can we transition and look for options and for us to invest in clean energy? So these business opportunities that abound are the opportunities we're going to be exploring today. Now, the most exciting part is that here at LaFarge Africa, we don't just talk. like Temi Badru said in her intro, a lot of the conversations we've had here have led to policies being made. So it is my hope that our seasoned stakeholders and panelists who will be joining me would be able to open our eyes to see the immense opportunities that abound in this sector and the role that each of us play in this room. I'd like to welcome my panelists, but before I do, I want to reiterate an earlier point that was stated, which is that we're streaming live on YouTube and Instagram via our pages at LAFARGE Africa PLC. So please do well to share the social media handles. And when I'm done with each panel session, I'll be taking questions from the audience. And when I say the audience, I mean those of you who are seated in this room, as well as those who are joining us virtually. So good morning to those who are joining us virtually. Thank you for being a part of this Concrete Ideas 6.0. And now it's time for us to go straight into the conversation for this morning, and I'm going to welcome our panelists. But I'll first of course, read their bio. The first person who will be joining me on stage is Engineer Joseph Sunday Olayonde, who's the Acting Director General, Energy Commission of Nigeria. Prior to his appointment as the Acting Director General, he was the Director of Energy Policy Planning and Analysis of the Energy Commission of Nigeria from 2016 to date. Engineer Olayonde is a member of several professional bodies at the national and international levels, which include the Nigerian Society of Engineers, the Society of Petroleum Engineers, the International Association of Energy Economics, and the Nigerian Association of Energy. He possesses over 30 years of experience in energy policy, planning, and analysis to his credit. Please, I'd like us with a round of applause to welcome Engineer Joseph Sunday Olayonde, Acting Director General, Energy Commission of Nigeria, who is to be represented this morning by Mr. Ibrahim Sulu, who is the Director, Energy Management, Energy Commission of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for him as he joins me on stage. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And up next, I'd like to recognize and welcome to the stage the Managing Director, Savannah Energy Nigeria, Mr. Olakpade Durotoye. He has over 36 years of management experience across the value chain of the oil and gas industry internationally. He began his career with Schlumberger Oilfield Services, where he worked in various management capacities for close to 20 years in 8 countries in Africa, Europe, and Asia. He served as the MD CEO of Ocean and Oil Holdings Group, a principal investment and advisory services group, where he advised and in some cases led companies' management and technical services advisory contract to Wando. Please join me with a round of applause as I welcome to join me on stage Mr. Olakpade Durotoye, the Managing Director, Savannah Energy Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. And I typically like to say, I'm not Nigerian if I don't say last but not the least. I'd like to welcome Mr. Ayo Ademilua, who's the President, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. He has over 12 years of experience in the finance industry and has worked in various banks within Nigeria, including Guarantee Trust Bank, before proceeding to pursue his entrepreneurial endeavor as CEO of A4&T. He's a bridge builder with excellent business and people management skills and hopes to foster synergy amongst members and stakeholders in the renewable energy space. As the president of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, his vision for the organization is to promote unity, collaboration, and partnerships among members in a manner that would catalyze the expansion of members' business activities and drive the capacity building of members to enable equal access to global industry benefits. Once again, please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Ayo Ademilua, the president, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. It was important for me to read excerpts. I want to promise you that their profiles are much longer. I had to shorten them. To read excerpts from their profile to let you know that we did not just randomly pick people. We were intentional and deliberate about bringing key stakeholders and thought leaders in this space. So I'd like to mention that when we get to the question and answer segment, I'll start from the audience here, and then we'll go to our virtual audience. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, I would say. Interestingly, don't worry, we have a more inclusive and balanced session by the second panel. Here, I'm the balance on this panel session. All right, so I'll be starting off our conversation with Mr. Ibrahim Sulu, the Director, Energy Management. The Nigerian government in 2011, or 2021, I beg your pardon, announced that Nigeria's electricity is to become clean energy by 2060. So we're to have clean energy sources. So beyond us saying this, the question is, what is the plan for 2030, 2040, 2050, up until then? Before I started, I did mention how one of our 17 Sustainable Development Goals for the United Nations is affordable and clean energy. That is Goal 7. So what exactly is the plan that Nigeria has to achieve this?
Thank you very much. Before I answer your question, Energy Commission of Nigeria, we are charged with responsibility for strategic planning and coordination of national policies in the field of energy in all its ramifications, all forms of energy. So this is the primary mandate of Energy Commission of Nigeria. And also please permit me to say that I had maybe the anchor referring to us as National Energy and Environment Commission. The correct name is what was mentioned. Energy Commission of Nigeria is the name. Having said that, we're happy to be here, and I also wish us a very successful celebration. Now, back to your question. Yes, there was a Sustainable Energy Goal 7, and on the basis of that, we have the Sustainable Energy for All, and after some years, we have a NDC, and of late, all these things communicated into energy transition. So I think energy transition now embodies all these previous attempts to provide energy for all. Yes, 2021, our president then took the commitment that Nigeria is going to be carbon neutral. We are going to be net zero by 2050. Though now the discussion is going to 2060, okay? Yes, so there are milestones, 2030, 2040, 2050, / 2060. For 2030, I think it's still primarily based on the commitment of Goal 7, that on the basis of which we have electricity efficient 30-30-30. That is, Nigeria by 2030, we are going to generate 30 gigawatts, and 30% of it will be from renewable. Then another 30% of that 30% renewable will be from solar, which translates to 4,500 megawatts of solar. So that is the first milestone when we are talking of clean energy, that by year 2030, we are going to have 4,500 megawatts of solar. Then another 4,500 of different renewables. Then another milestone is 2040 from the ETP, that by 2040, we should be generating 120 plus gigawatts. So, but out of this, 75 gigawatts will be from solar, then green hydrogen, 5 gigawatts. So the remaining will still be from the fossil and other energy forms. So it is only by 2050 when we're supposed to be generating, by the ETP, be generating 260 gigawatts, roughly. Then from that 260 gigawatts, roughly 200 gigawatts will be from solar. Then green hydrogen, 30 gigawatts. Then hydropower, the conventional hydropower, both the large and the small, the large hydro, around 10 gigawatts. So these are the milestones based on ETP. But for business opportunity, it's better to go into the details of how it is stated in the plan. The issue of what is coming from centralized, okay, what I've mentioned, these are centralized production capacity. So there's another breakdown of centralized storage capacity, which means that by 2030, about 3 gigawatt, maximum of 3 gigawatt storage. Then by 2040, 35 gigawatts of storage and 5 gigawatts of green hydrogen storage. Like that, you have to the end. Then there is decentralized production capacity. By 2030, mini grids should be giving us 2.3 gigawatts, solar home system, 2 gigawatts, and solar PV plus battery, another 2 gigawatts. This by 2030. Then by 2050, mini grids, we're expected to have 7 gigawatts of mini grid by 2050, and then home system around 5 to 6 gigawatts, then solar PV plus battery, the 3 gigawatts. Finally, that by 2050 or 2060, our installed capacity for solar should be 250 gigawatts, and then 112 gigawatts for storage. Storage capacity should have been developed. But whoever is interested in the document, there's another breakdown which provides better business opportunity based on the end-use sectors, the transport sector, the industry, the buildings, then the infrastructure that need to be put in place. All this provides a very elaborate business opportunity for SMEs and larger business. So,
this breakdown that you speak of,
yes.
is it available for the public, the breakdown that you speak of?
Yes, the ETP, under the previous administration, the middle-pass administration, the ETP was in the Vice President's office. And there is, they call Energy Transition Office. Though when they were going, they said the office should be transferred to the Climate Change Commission. Okay? So there is a website dedicated to this, a functional website. I visited the website even this morning, so it's functional. All this information are there.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. And those numbers are quite interesting. Seems a bit daunting. I'm really hoping that we are able to achieve these numbers. And I think I'll go to Mr. Dorotoye next. We can see that there's an increase in the demand for energy. Now the question is, how do we decarbonize the oil and gas sector while still maintaining, the provision of the supply that is needed? So how are we able to meet this need and at the end of the day still decarbonize the oil and gas sector?
Well, good morning again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And so I think, when we speak about decarbonization, we probably want to talk about what it is that, clarify what it is that we're talking about. There are two potential definitions of decarbonization of the oil and gas industry. One is that the oil and gas industry itself is very energy intensive. And you want to kind of look through how you want to decarbonize that energy intensity. The other is to talk about how the energy contribution of the oil and gas industry as an energy source into the economy is decarbonized. And I'm going to focus on the second and not the first. Clearly, the numbers that my colleague on the panel has shared with us this morning shows us that, the gap between where we want to go and where we are now is so, it's almost insurmountable. It sounds almost insurmountable. So my own approach is, look, whatever it is that we can throw as energy source, the energy shortage that we have in Africa and Nigeria is so immense that the first thing that provides power to us, let's turn it on. And, almost worry about decarbonization second. And why would I say so? When you look at the contribution of Africa to greenhouse gases, we are a quarter of what the world global average is and less than a 15th of what the top emerging economies are doing. So clearly the conversation around decarbonization perhaps needs to sit behind what it is that we need to do as we grow our energy supply. Now, the Agenda 30-30-30 shows that as a country, our policymakers are looking at this in a responsible way. But we also have to understand that decarbonization is not entirely up to us. We can't use what people consider to be the primary renewable sources as the way to bridge the energy requirements that we have. And therefore, we have to look at stuff like, things like the base load, how are we going to meet the base load? And decarbonization in that case then begins to have a different perspective. A very common misconception about Nigeria's energy situation is when we focus on the grid-connected power, as opposed to the total, particularly on electricity, the total energy we generate. So most people, you would hear this number around, we have 4,000 megawatts of power that's connected to the grid. That's not the amount of power that we generate. We're probably doing something like 16,000 or 20,000, of which 12 to 15 of it is generators. In the last 8 years, Lagos alone has imported close to 8,000 megawatts of generators. And that is very carbon intensive because of diesel. So what we need to be thinking around when we think about decarbonization is how do we substitute out this diesel, fuel oil, in some cases a little bit of coal that still exists here and there. How do we switch out all of these to gas? So gas for us is a clean energy. You might see some conversations around, is gas clean or not clean? As long as it's cleaner. That's really where we're going for. So the answer, I hope it's not too complicated, my answer, but the answer is really around, first and foremost, our priority is, to grow energy, the economy of Africa, to take people out of poverty, to grow the GDP. We need to lay our hands on each and every source of energy we can find. The only way we can grow the economy, get people out of poverty, is energy. Then, we are going to have to figure out what needs to happen for us to be able to do this, especially the financing. What needs to happen for that to happen? What are the energy sources that we can swap out today? And I think that's the path.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Can we please put our hands together for him? I mean, it's very interesting that you highlighted that we're not maybe the major contributors when we look at the greenhouse gas emissions, but unfortunately we feel the impact because the way that our economy is set up. And I'd like us to have a conversation now about clean energy and what exactly clean energy means to you. You said there, there are conversations about whether gas is clean or not clean, so long as it's cleaner. Mr. Ademiluwa, do you share such sentiments as well? What's your take on what exactly clean energy is, and how would you say that we're faring in Nigeria as regards our contribution to the global move to sort of have clean energy?
Well, I think the last speaker almost put me on the spot concerning, it's the first time I'm hearing cleaner in that context, so I was almost jolted out of my seat. But I quite agree with him that we need to move from what we have towards what we are planning to have. The way the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan is panned out, is written, it's also written in line with what he's saying, that Nigeria wants to ride on the back of the gas which we have existing towards our net zero at 2060. And I'm going to paint a picture here that will give a kind of vivid understanding to our audience on what we have right now and where we want to go to. So Nigeria currently, as I said, generates about 12 to 15 gigawatts of energy. But right now, we can't upload more than 4,000 gigawatts on our grid because the transmission line is sick. So, and there is nothing we can do about it. We had a very shocking experience last week where we dropped to about 2,500 to 2,800 gigawatts on the grid. So here we are as a nation that has maybe arguably like 210 million people right now. We have, by the definition of global standard, people that are not, or companies that are not getting energy for 4 hours in a day at least. We have about 55%. That 55%, if we convert it into natural figures, brings us around 100 to 110 million. But it's shocking to you to know that the population of Egypt is 110 million. So what we're trying to say is that the entire off-grid population of Nigeria is the whole population of Egypt. So to start to talk about the business side, for our audience. Now, we want to, what is the desired, the first speaker spoke about 260 gigawatt by 2060 as a total. But let's take it from the nearest that we have from 2015 and the new electricity bill now. We want to have 30 gigawatt by 2030, of which 30% will be renewables. So if you do the math, we want to have 9 gigawatts of renewable by 2030. We're in 2023, so we have 7 years. So my question is, where are we right now? From my position, I could see that I know that we have roughly just above 1 gigawatt in terms of total renewable energy fraction that we have in Nigeria right now. So if we want to have 9 gigawatt in 7 years, our run rate cannot be less than 1.5 gigawatt per annum. And if we're going to do 1.5 gigawatt per annum, from where we are right now, it means all hands must be on deck. I was privileged to be speaking in Scotland last week by the British government discussing this, and the investors were asking, what do we need to give us confidence to come to Nigeria? And I said, look, one of the first problems we have is that we don't even have enough people, developers, investors, everybody that needs to come into this renewable energy opportunity that we have right now. Everyone that is interested needs to come in right now. Every enabling environment that the government needs to provide, the government has provided. The Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission has guided tariff. We have the MITO multi-year tariff order that guides us. We have members in hundreds who are operating some of the figures that my first speaker has spoken about in terms of deployment of solar and others, in terms of the renewable energy planning of Nigeria. So we have HydroSource, which is the one that gives us the highest number of our renewables right now. We have Solar Source in terrible mass. We have running from 3.36 kilowatt hour in terms of irradiation to about 6 in the northeast of Nigeria. It's unbelievable when you see the irradiance graph of Nigeria. So we have that in abundance. We have biomass in total excess. Guess what? We have the springs that can give us geothermal that we have not even looked at. So in terms of natural resources that we need to meet what we need, we have them. In terms of regulatory framework, for people that are afraid of regulatory framework that is needed for investors and business people who are here or on the net trying to listen, which is what LAFARGE is trying to spike today, we have the regulatory framework. In fact, in terms of mini-grid, you will agree with me, sir, that we have the best in Africa for decentralized mini-grid power plants, deployment. Currently, we have over 100 mini-grids in Nigeria, maybe roughly close into 200 or thereabout right now. But there are programs by the World Bank, by the Africa Development Bank, by the Rural Electrification Agency, Ministry of Power, trying to drive more of that so that we can get more gigawatts. So we have the regulatory framework, we have the potentials, we have the support that we need from the government, and the latest electricity bill just opens it up. Decentralized generation, decentralized distribution. The transmission company of Nigeria has told us we need $1 billion every year to make our grid okay. So it's already decentralized. States, private organizations, investors, everybody should just look at the value chain. We are available at the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. I'm personally available. I'm driven with passion to see this happen. The Energy Transition Plan of Nigeria told us we're going to be needing $410 billion above usual spending to get net zero by 2060. We're going to be needing about $10 billion annually. The truth is, these funds will happen. Why do I say it would happen? We started last year or thereabout. We got commitment from the world, every stakeholder in the world, nearly everybody. We've got about $9 billion commitment already towards the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan. So it's going to happen. So I'm here to kind of talk to investors, to everybody interested in this field, that those $410 billion would exchange hands till 2060. So let's all come in. And I believe it's achievable anyway. But 1.5 gigawatts of solar or renewable energy, indeed, has to be pumped in every year for us to meet 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ademoluwa. Can we please put our hands together for him? So, whilst thinking about this topic about clean energy, last week I was having a conversation with some friends, and we're looking at how in Uganda, for example, there's been a ban on the use of coal, and the people of Uganda, some of them are not quite having it because they're saying that, the government hasn't thought about the fact that a number of us are living in abject poverty before they're putting this ban. What are we supposed to use? What are the alternatives if you're going to ban coal? So when we talk about clean energy conversations, everyone is talking about it, but how do we then prioritize it? How does the government, let's bring this back home to Nigeria, how does the government prioritize and fast track this conversation about green energy, or maybe in your words, greener energy?
Well, thank you. So clearly, energy access is an economic issue, and you do not legislate economics. When people don't have money, you can't tell them it's a law that you have to buy this as much as you would like to. So the first thing African governments must avoid, as much as it sounds counterintuitive, is banning things is not the way to go. So that's the first thing, is identifying what are the impediments that stand in the way, to people doing what is logical and right. I can tell you nobody wants to burn coal when there is gas. Nobody wants to burn diesel when there's gas. So clearly it's an economic issue. And therefore what we need to kind of look at is to say, what are the things that have led to where we are today? We're not here by accident. I like to tell people there's no problem that Nigeria has that you need an intelligent person to fix. You can Google it. There's no problem we have that nobody anywhere has not had. It's that we are doing things specifically, deliberately, that have led to where we are today. The first one, of course, is something that we're beginning to see change, which is the reforms and the policies. And just like my colleague mentioned, electricity, the new one that came out recently, was signed 2 weeks ago or so, is a huge step in the right direction. The next one is to say, the attempts by government to direct or hold or regulate gas prices, while well-intentioned, is misguided. And the answer to knowing that it's misguided is there's practically been no investment in that sector.
I mean, even with the aviation sector, it was a challenge for a while, and we're hoping that, with the new policies that have been implemented, that would see less and less of that. And you mentioned something about banks, which will lead me to my next question to Mr. Sulu. Do the banks have a role to play in all this conversation about clean energy? If yes, what role would you say the banks have to play?
From the little I know of economics, the primary role or function of bank is to lend money or fund for productive or generative uses. So, and I think the government needs to assist the banks to go back, the commercial banks to go back to this fundamental role. Now, as my colleague has said, I think some of the intervention projects of the government need to be redesigned or stopped that distort the market, the way market operates. That the federal government and state government, they are pumping a lot of money, taxpayer money into free renewable projects. And these projects, they don't last long. So I think it's better we allow the private sector to do these things. Only the government provide the needed environment for the private sector to operate. So as you had, the bank has, the commercial banks especially have fundamental role to play in not, this investment in estates, in buildings and other things, short-term investment, no. They need to change their orientation to be ready to invest in a long-term investment. They should know this, and their shareholders also to know this. But they will not be able to function effectively if the government does not provide the necessary, environment for them. This is what I can say.
All right, thank you very much, sir. He's highlighted some points, and I'll come to you, Mr. Ademilua. He's talked about how the private sector has a role to play, and I want to ask you what your thoughts are, as regards that. Mr. Durotoye has also earlier mentioned the role that the government needs to play in terms of ensuring that the factors that are preventing these investors from coming to invest in the energy space, we should work on these factors, fix them, and he's highlighted a number of those points. And I wonder if you had some extra points to add to that. What would you say we can do, our government can do, to unlock investments in clean energy infrastructure?
I think he has, they both talked about it. Investment flows in the direction of right return. It doesn't know color, it doesn't know tribe. Once you just provide the right platform for investment, investment will flow. Egypt had a very great leap towards this 60 gigawatt that they're celebrating today because of right investment environment provided by the government. Ability to inflow your capital and outflow it at will. So I think with what the government is doing right now, most likely we'll maybe having that kind of body language from investors to inflow. The truth about it is that the industry globally can see the opportunity in Nigeria. I can tell you that for free. And the truth about it is like Mr. Durotoye said, the investment we need to pump from where we are right now to the desired 260 gigawatt is out there, willing to come. There's a difference between is that they're not willing to come and that they're willing to come. We've practicalized decentralized electricity, of course, under the NERC mini grid laws. Our members have built mini grids in different towns where they operate fully. And you need to be in that world to understand how beautiful it is to be in charge of generation, transmission, distribution, and metering. There is no business model that can entice a developer more or an investor more than being sure that you're in charge of all the process. So this has been demonstrated a lot by us. We've also seen how having it in a decentralized way can minimize our ATC and C losses. We've also seen how it can help to provide investor-backed funds. So if we have the FX problem solved, number one. Number two, if we have the government demonstrate the willpower behind most of the policies we had in the act concerning duties, we cannot with one hand saying we're supporting movement on energy transition, and on the other hand, have some of our friends saying because they want to get revenue from the borders, keep our stuffs or twist some of those tariffs that we've already thought we have waivers on. So once the FX is sorted and import duties and every other thing that has to do with importation is also sorted, we have the free flow. And you see, we're beginning to have infrastructure funds in Nigeria looking at this direction also. We have the Chavani Hill Dam, we have the ARM infrastructure, we have many other funds. Of course, we have the NSIA looking also into this direction. So we're beginning to have local funds, look into this. So what the government just needs to help us do is be consistent with their policy. Let there be free flow of investment in and out. Be consistent with importation policies, waivers, and all those other stuff that we have. Once they are there, I believe we will have the investment we need.
All right, I'd like to still piggyback on something you said. You talked about us solving our FX problems, and majority of us here have been following the news and we've been seeing what's happening with the Central Bank of Nigeria. There's been a lot of changes happening with the Naira being, a few days ago, I believe we all saw the news where it was announced that the Naira was, being floated, and there were conversations yesterday, I believe, about CBN lifting restrictions on, FX. Are you excited about the current changes that you're seeing, the policies? What do you predict that this will do to the market, and what message do you think it will communicate to investors?
Anytime I'm on this kind of panel, honestly, the truth is because I really don't know how to lie or beat around. I just say, the truth is I'm not partisan, I'm not political, but I'm excited about it. The first truth is, hey, I'm a developer, been importing for the past 15, 16 years. I've been buying the dollars at the dollars rate. Most of us who are doing the business have been buying the dollars at the high rate. So I don't see the difference anymore anyhow. The only thing that can happen is maybe if we have more dollars through some of the subsidy stuffs, then maybe we could find to buy a bit less. But I'm glad that there's a level playing field. If I'm buying dollars at 700 plus, let everybody in my industry be buying at 700. So I'm happy about that. So that's it. So the number 2 point is, yeah, subsidy removal increases the price of PMS. The price of PMS touches the innate bone of every Nigerian. Because the Tiger generator, the I Better Pass My Neighbor, runs on the 4 liters for 6 hours. The 4 liters, what we were using to do analysis in trying to sell our clean energy used to be cost at least 18,000 naira to run if you run a full tank on every other day. Because it costs you 4 by 200 with a bike money of 100 and 100 tip by nozzle, which closes you out at 1,000 naira to run that small gen. So if you run it up by 6 hours every day, you're on a 30K. If you are on a 60K salary, you run it, every other day. So you're coming to, and you put the oil, you're coming to an 18K, which was what it was, in managing it. But guess what? We woke up 3 weeks ago, it's 42K. So if you're on a 60K salary, and it is now a 42K to run that same gen, you are totally destabilized. You don't even know where to go. So clean energy solutions becomes the best thing right now. I've been trying to also talk to some of our members to say, and to big companies like LaFarge and if you're looking for a way to run palliatives for your massive number of staff, support them in acquiring renewable energy sources. Let your cooperatives, your unions, fund them, because if you acquire a 2.5 kVA generator, if you acquire 2.5, let me say 1.5 kVA solar system, which will give you what your I Better Pass My Neighbor is giving you. Instead of the guy paying 42K, if the company helps through whichever platform and pays off the developers or the provider, and the staff is paying you back, that is 18K. Over the next 1 year, he would have finished paying. If he doesn't pay you back that, if he doesn't have that, he's running 42K. That generator will pack up after 1 year. So in over 1 to 2 years, the guy is about 2 million. So it becomes a difficult thing. So for me on FX, I think it's the way to go. And I'm happy about it.
Thank you very much. Can we please put our hands together for him? I don't know if our CEO and our CCO are quite excited by that suggestion, because that is more money. But in case you are, please, in case you're open to it, I'm declaring myself, I identify as a staff of LaFarge. All right, Mr. Director, let's talk to you about your organization and how organizations like yours can partner with the government in achieving this goal of clean energy.
Well, thank you very much. So first and foremost, Savannah Energy, we're already well into this business of clean energy, but recognizing that my definition of clean energy includes gas.
It's cleaner.
Cleaner
energy.
So, we have an installed base of 200 million standard cubic feet of gas a day. And when you look at it in terms, we don't have the largest plant today in Nigeria, but we have the highest volume of gas that's coming out of any one plant. So there are plants that are bigger, but because ours is wholly privately owned, wholly privately managed, the efficiency of our gas is the highest, and we're putting out the most gas in Nigeria. And we see the opportunity for us to 5x that over the next 5 years. Just looking at the amount, the shortfall of energy in the area, the amount of projects, of installed gas-fired power plants, of projects that are not happening that we believe that can be done. So we are actively pushing that, but we're also looking at renewables in and of themselves, so the true clean. So Savannah in Africa is already developing something in the region of 750 megawatts of, both solar and wind. And we are daily looking at how we can bring similar level of investment into Nigeria. Clearly, the issues are really around how do we ensure that when you build out a size of making an investment that exceeds what is immediately available, how do you get a guarantee so that the economics will work in the future, which is where development financial institutions, World Bank, et cetera, come in. They have been very instrumental in the investments we've made in the past, and we are continuing to hope that government will collaborate with the DFIs to backstop some of the risks that large-scale utility-type investments require. But we're very excited about what we've done so far and what is possible. And every day, I wake up and say, how do we do more? How do we do more?
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Aderotoye. Mr. Sulu, let's talk about what the way forward is. Whilst we're having conversations about clean energy and the world is talking about it, we would see that clean energy can be in some way high in comparison to traditional forms of energy. So what would you say is a major challenge to accessing this, and how do we surmount it?
No doubt, the component that make clean energy, that is renewable energy, energy efficiency, cleaner production, they are expensive. But this is the way to go. At operational level and maintenance, they are cheaper. Then the issue of climate change that is real, all these factors need to, all these have to be factored in that to go for the clean energy. On our, at the Nigeria level, what is expected of the government, especially personal suggestion to the new administration, we need to do two things or three things. One, the institutional framework and the synergy, which Mr. Ayo had mentioned. The issue between the Ministry of Environment trying to generate revenue and the Ministry of Power and Code, then the Ministry of Environment going outside taking commitments, which is not very favorable. So all these things need to be, yes. Luckily, the president has appointed a special advisor on energy, which we don't have in the previous administration. But I think this, if they look into this, it will assist us to forge ahead better than we have been doing. The ETP itself is the plan is done by consultants. So, before the last administration left, they formed a national working group on it. But I think this has to be pushed further, that the plan is a framework. So we need now to sit down locally and see what to change out to adopt it to our own local circumstances. We cannot develop without local technology, without domesticated technology. All the solar components we are using today, 98% are imported. So so we have to look at the local content and also milestones on, capacity building, skills, education. All these are things to be done in order to make the clean energy, the cost of clean energy affordable to an average Nigerian. Thank you
very much for mentioning that. It's interesting that you talked about imports, and that's one of the questions I've just received. So to our online audience, I can see your questions, and we'll head to the question and answer segment shortly. Someone's asked a question about imports, when we are going to have an import substituted and sustainable source of energy, but we're not going into the question and answer segments now. Let's still talk to our panelists and talk about, so what are the options? And I'll start with Mr. Aderotoye. Where we have businesses here, we have SMEs. What are the options that are available for them, and how can they leverage these opportunities in the clean energy space?
The options are, fairly straightforward and evident. Clearly, reducing your current cost of energy is the first step that people have to look at. And so if you are burning diesel as your energy source right now, is to see how, if you have the scale, you can go to CNG for your base load. There is, of course, and I think maybe I should have started with that, energy efficiency. You need to kind of see how you can reduce your overall energy consumption, make things more efficient. Then you look at your base load. Then you can see how you can scale that up with discrete solar or rooftop solar, as we call it. The efficiencies of those systems are doubling practically per period. And what was not possible before, I am aware of a couple of warehouse-type structures that are taking close to 1 megawatt of power. Something that we didn't know was possible, but it's now doable. Of course, it's only for a period of when there's sunlight, and you need to kind of look at that. Storage is still very expensive around the world, so you need to run the math very carefully. The advent of premium lines, premium grids, maximum demand lines is also a solution that many people are not aware, that there are providers of power who will run a line to you, or a deal you can do with the discos that will give you more expensive than the standard power, but significantly cheaper than running diesel. Less the noise, less the pollution, et cetera, so the advantage. So when you look at the total mix of solutions that are immediately available to us, there is a lot that options that are available to SMEs. The final point I'm going to make is this issue of subsidy removal is going to open everybody's eyes. We're the transition generation, the sacrificial generation. We're the ones we're going to have to pay the price. I like to tell people that there's nowhere that people are praying that God will give them visa to go to that has subsidy. The places that remain subsidy, they give you visa, that you won't go there, like North Korea, Yemen. So clearly, we are doing something right. It's going to be very painful, but it's also going to open our eyes to the things that we did not know was possible. In Southeast Asia and in Latin America, a lot of the motorbikes run on CNG. We've been trying to push that agenda for a while, and when it was subsidized, nobody wanted to listen to us. Now those conversations are changing. When you look at taxi cars, very few cars on our roads today are driven by CNG. Whereas in Asia, for very many years, they've been doing that. Those conversations now begin to change. So the circumstances will change or create new options for us.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. So they say we are the generation of transition, so we should be patient. It's just, we're hoping that patience is not too long and that the patience is shortened, and we can start to see results very, very soon. I'd like to talk to you, Mr. Demilu, and see what your projections are for the clean energy sector in the nearest future. Where do you see us going in Nigeria with clean energy?
Well, I think in line with our plan for Nigeria, with the current rates we're going, would we be able to get to 9 gigawatt by 2030? We need to do something drastic between this year and next year. If we're able to achieve 9 gigawatt by 2030, then I think we may be able to achieve 2060. But it's difficult for me to kind of fully say yes now until I see what happens this year, next year. That's my answer.
All right, thank you very much. Can we please put our hands together for our panelists? So it's time for us to head to the question and answer. I'll take 2 questions from the audience first, and then I'll go online. So does anyone in the physical audience here have a question? Please signify by raising your hand. So number 1, anybody else? Go in for the first time. Going for the second. Number 2, thank you very much. Can we please have a microphone brought to them? Thank you.
Good afternoon, all.
Yes,
My
thank
name
you.
is Adekunle Olushile. I work for UNIDO. UNIDO is United Nations Industrial Development Organization. My office is called ITPO Germany. That is Investment and Technology Promotion Office, based in Germany, but I work here from Nigeria. I've had a couple of engagements with Mr. Zulu as well as Mr. Ademiloye. My question then is, yes, Energy Commission talks about policies. How have you been able to engage with subnationals about this policy for renewable energy? Because yes, I do engagement with subnational states, and you don't see the kind of traction that we see at the national level. For example, engagement with waste management authorities, how we can generate energy from all of this waste. In addition, I didn't hear much about biomass and biogas. What kind of framework do you have for biogas? Because I see a lot of potential in that area, in this environment. But being able to harness those is also another critical conversation that has to be held. There are biomass almost everywhere. But then you have the database of this biomass. How do we really start to engage with technologies to be able to harness this? For Mr. Durotoye, perhaps allow me to also ask if you have had any engagement with green hydrogen, or if it is an area that you are interested in. My office and some of the work we do, we have had interest in these areas, and I know I've engaged with Mr. Adedinbili about green hydrogen. But then I also want to ask questions about the technology for PV. For us to retain capacity and become sustainable, we need to really look at end-to-end technology for PV systems. Again, I don't know how much Renewable Energy Association is having the conversation for biogas and biomass, which again, I think there's a lot of potentials there. So how do we start to build capacity, end-to-end technology? We don't manufacture wafers, we don't manufacture solar cells, we actually don't manufacture anything. So we import. For us to talk about the kind of capacity that you are projecting, we need to integrate end-to-end. Storage system, batteries, scaling up.
All right. Thank you very much. So if I get you correctly, you have 3 questions. Please, sir, do you have 3 questions? So you have to choose one person, please. Who do you want to answer one question? Because that's 3 people's time slot, sir.
You know that there are different contexts, so
Yes,
I'll ask for them to just 1 minute at least say something about
No,
each
just
of
choose
these.
one, please, sir. Just choose one first.
Because, I mean, it's up to them, really. Okay.
Our panelists, are you okay with that? He says 1 minute each. All right, great. Thank you. But please, going forward, our questions will be 1 question per person. We don't want any Oliver twist. I'm the only person allowed to be Olive here. Thank you. All right, over to you, Mr. Sulu.
Thank you. So briefly, our mandates also include advising the states. In the past, we used to do that, but because of 2 things, or some things, I mentioned 2 of them. Currently, because of the zero budgeting system, MDs they have financial problem in executing their mandates. Okay? Anything capital has to be procured, and the money comes only at the end of the year. So we don't have enough funds to go out and do all these things. Secondly, I need to cry out. Currently, Energy Commission is not placed in the right place. We are placed under science and tech, and we have the mandate for energy. So until that placement is, until we are moved to the necessary place before we'll be able to implement our mandate as it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Your question was, as a company, are we considering green energy? The answer is no, not yet. And the further answer may be, do we think that in the hierarchy of opportunities we have, is there anything that is imminent? The answer is no. It's still a long way for us from where we are today.
All right, 1 more, sir.
Okay, so quickly, of course, we've had conversation on green hydrogen. I, for one, have been one of the people trying to push, and the organization, I preside Renewable Energy. We are, of course, talking massively on it. We have some support from GIZ and some others. We're pushing it. The truth is, it's possible. It's part of what is going to happen, and we're working on it. In terms of production of equipment, materials, yes, we have assembling plants right now, and we have some coming up. We're looking at how our members can begin to produce wafers, cells, and some of the steels and other stuff. We believe that also on the green hydrogen part, it is not on transportation of the green hydrogen to Europe by just transporting the gas. We believe that breaking down into the derivatives like green steel, ammonia, and others would help us to be able to get the value we can get from it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a number of questions from our virtual audience. I do want them to feel involved, but I know I took number 2, so please, ma'am, as quickly as possible, your name and your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Mrs. Oshinaike from Ogun State Environmental Protection Agency in Abeokuta. Yeah, please permit me to appreciate this audience and the panelists. I really want to say that it has been a very good job, and it has been very educational. And I'm happy that we are here today to at least move the country a way forward. Now, my first question goes to Mr. Ademuli.
One question, ma.
No, it's just like it's together. It's
one question, really, ma.
They are very short.
Audience, what do we agree?
Very short.
One question or more than one?
Very short.
All in favor of one question, say aye.
Thank you.
All in favor of multiple questions, say aye.
I'm done already.
The ayes have it. All right, you may go ahead.
All right. Now, my question is this. It's very beautiful to have the renewable energy, and that is actually where we are driving at, even as an environmentalist. But you gave an example of the grassroots, that's somebody earning 60K and having a better plasma neighbor generator, and what they are going through at this present time. Now, thinking about what your association stands for, and praying that we are able to achieve what we are praying for today. How easily accessible and affordable is the renewable energy to the grassroots, such that by the time you have to compare, despite the fact that we have this huge tension in the country now as regards the fossil fuel usage, you won't even feel that it's even cheaper to make use of the fossil fuel rather than on renewable energy, which is more sustainable, and that is where we are driving at. So how affordable as regards the price, accessibility to a common man? Then that is that. Then for you too, sir, while you were talking about means of, the options that we have on ground as regards the government in achieving sustainable energy in the state, you talked about the energy organization, the agencies and the ministry coming together, trying to synergize the options. But you made mention of the Ministry of Environment having unfavorable, participation in this regard. But I want to believe that the common focus is for us all to have a sustainable means of energy. So how could that, what is the kind of unfavorable policies or options that they are bringing on the table that could hinder this actually from coming to a reality? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So in terms of accessibility, affordability for common man in terms of renewable energy, yes, the truth about it is that the initial capital outlay is huge. It's kind of high for them. And it creates another level of opportunity for investors, for businessmen to be able to produce or provide consumer credits for, those grassroots. Now, there's something we call pay-go in the industry, which is pay as you go, which allows you to pay, in small trenches over a period of time. That is the only way. That is just the only way. Because there's no way that you would have the minimum wage people able to just pay once for the solar. So if you're into fintech here, there is a window for you to be able to provide that consumer credit. If you're into banking, there is a way there. If you have cooperatives, whatever you have. And we have what we call pay-go controllers inside those systems that trips them off if you're trying to overgo your period. So the risk of non-payment is mitigated, and other risks are also mitigated. So that is the way I think it can be affordable for common men. And like I've said, for big organizations who can afford to have their cooperatives or human resources or provide support, they can provide such kind of support for their staff and do deductions, over period. The system, we are in a very unique situation in Nigeria right now. So the organizations have to make very uncommon policies, to help their staffs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sulu.
Yes, please, I don't want to offend anybody, but you see, energy is multidisciplinary. All of us are stakeholders in the issue. So I'm just calling for more synergy among the government MDAs that have this responsibilities. It is good to note that for the larger part of the 8 years of the last administration, the vice president was the champion of climate change and sustainable energy. But some days to leave in office, this is what he said. No nation is here to develop solely on renewable energy. As the advocates of net zero are pushing Nigeria and other countries to abandon their oil and gas resources. So the issue is climate change is real, and as it was said before, energy security of Nigeria and individual Nigerians is also real. So we need to strike the balance. So in climate change negotiation and taking obligations, is the Federal Ministry of Environment that is in charge. So they normally go out, make commitments, all these things, negotiate different type of things. But I think there is no enough internal debates before they go there and take those commitments. So whatever, this ETP now is the culmination of all the commitments they've taken. But I think we need to sit down and look at this ETP and readjust it in the way that will allow us to develop as other people have developed. This is the point I'm saying. More synergy between all these ministries that are, and it is the presidency who need to coordinate this synergy. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Can we please put our hands together for our panelists? So we have a number of questions from the online audience. I'm hoping that I can carry over some to the next panel because unfortunately we've run out of time. There are too many questions here. I think I'm just going to, this one, because it was particularly directed to Mr. Durotoye, I'm going to ask this. It says, what are the strategies to implement that will transform energy utilizing other channels and forms of energy? And also, there was a question raised regarding decarbonizing the... Okay. What are the strategies to implement that will transform energy utilizing other channels and forms of energy? I think, yeah, I don't know if you got that. And then there's another one regarding the question I asked you about decarbonizing the oil and gas sector. The person says, can Mr. Durotoye tell us if there are plans on ground to decarbonize the oil and gas sector, even if it is in the future?
Unfortunately, I think I would need more context on the first question, to say, what are strategies to... Can you read it again?
Yeah, strategies to implement that will transform energy, that's utilizing other forms and channels of energy. I believe that in some way we have answered this question whilst during the panel session, whilst going through it. So I think you can focus
unfortunately, I need a bit more context to be able to answer that question. Now, the second one is fairly easy. So looking at the energy, the oil and gas industry itself, and decarbonizing it. There is a lot of activity going on, but it's company by company. It's not something that is general. You would see in other countries, you see initiatives such as running platforms on wind power. Looking at methane emissions and leakages and reducing it. Clearly for us, the single biggest decarbonization initiative that we can carry out is flare reduction or flare elimination. And flare elimination is an economic issue. It's not a policy issue. whenever it is that when people don't understand what is causes, the causes or the sources of flared gas, it makes it really hard for you to know what it is that you need to do to it. And it's been over-politicized. So, we need to kind of make it an economic issue, for those people that it's uneconomic to take that gas and use it. They would have to look at what kind of penalty it is to change the balance. And for those people that it's large enough, but everybody's looking at it and trying to make a central decision, let them do willing buyer, willing seller. So those are the things that we need to do to decarbonize our environment. In terms of, are we going to run our platforms on hydrogen? Are we going to run wind power offshore to, streamline energy use on our platform? We're not there yet.
All right.
So that's not our own.
And thank you. You just answered another question. So I won't need to ask the question about the person who says, for the viewer who says, you want to support the gas to power idea, but your question is how to stop flaring and use more, associated gas. A final question, please, as quickly as possible, Mr. Sulu. When are we going, and this is because of what you said earlier, so it says, when are we going to have an import-substituted and sustainable source of energy and technology to make us wind dependence on imported and intermediate raw materials?
It's a difficult question for me to, because it's not in my power. It's a thing we need to do. And I think any forum we have to continue to discuss this and encourage the government to, yes. But that is the way to go. Without that, we can't go anywhere.
All right. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Can I please ask that we give a round of applause to our panelists? Did you enjoy this panel session? So thank you so much, and thank you to our online audience for engaging in these very important conversations. I'd like to welcome the CCEO Lafarge Africa, Mr. Khalid El-Dokani, to join us on stage for photographs, as well as the incoming CEO Lafarge Africa, Mr. Lolu Alade Akinyemi. Can we please put our hands together for them as we have the group photograph, right after which I'll hand over to Temi Badru. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olive. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do a louder applause for our panelists and for the brilliant moderator, award-winning journalist, and TV host at New Central TV. Well done, Olive Modi. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go for tea break, but ahead of tea break, quick announcement, the CCEO spoke about the blueprint, and the blueprint just contains the summary of concrete ideas for the past 5 editions. And so would like you to take a look at it, look at some of the insights that have come out of every discussion. As I said earlier, every conversation at Concrete Ideas has become a building block for improving the ecosystem. So you must take a look at this. Now, we'll project it on the screen. That's the QR code. Please bring out your mobile devices and scan. If you scan this QR code, it will get you to see this blueprint. It will get you to the website where you can read through the blueprint. Otherwise, you can also put it on your device. That's Concrete Ideas. We could please put the website as well on the screen so that people can go take a look at the microsite. But please just scan this QR code and it will get you straight. All right, let me move away so that you can scan properly. Quick reminder that the hashtag for this event is hashtag Concrete Ideas 6 and hashtag Lafarge Africa. So please, when you put it on social media, when you put out your pictures, your thoughts, when you put out your key takeaway from this conference, use our hashtag and tag us. We would love to continue conversations with you. It's now time for tea break, about 20 minutes tea break. So ladies and gentlemen, tea is being served at just when you get to the entrance, the registration desk by your right, by my right, you would find the ushers waiting to receive you graciously. So please, let's go embark on the 20 minutes tea break. And when we come back, the conversation continues. Thank you. Can we please come back into the hall? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's come back into the hall. I would ask our ushers to please help nudge our guests to take their seat as we are set to begin. So let's take about 1 minute to make our way to our seat and get ready to continue the conversations. Thank you. Ushers, please help nudge our distinguished guests to take their seats. Thank you. Go through the rest of the conversation. So please, let's come back into the hall and take our seats as we are set to begin. And to our virtual audience, those who are joining us from different parts of the world, you know, the beauty of coming to you virtually, or the beauty of technology, is how that you can hear us, you can see us from different parts of the world. We trust that you've had a great time. We trust that you are enjoying the conversation so far. We trust that you had a beautiful panel discussion, just as we had it right here at Civic Center. Quick reminder to our physical delegates who are joining this conference physically here at the Civic Center, please let's take our seats, and a quick reminder that the ushers should please help nudge our distinguished guests to take their seat as we are set to begin. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, trust we had a great tea break. You know, beyond being an opportunity to take some snacks and to take tea, I believe it was an opportunity for networking. A lot of us were networking at the tea break. Now we're set to continue, and we have a short video on geocycle. Afterward, we'll have the honor of listening to the head of Geocycle Nigeria at LAFARGE Africa, Daniel Adedokun. Ladies and gentlemen, please look to your screen for the video on Geocycle. Thank you.
Geocycle is the professional waste management of LaFarge Africa PLC, and our goal is to provide a zero waste future. So what we do in essence is to target organizations that generate various industrial waste, ranging from special waste, hazardous waste, or contaminated material.
Now, the pre-processing platform manages the end-to-end activities of our operations at this platform, which begins with the reception of waste materials that come into the platform, and that begins at the weigh bridge. That's where the material that the trucks are bringing in are being weighed for us to determine the volume of material that is coming in to the platform per time. And this is very important to us.
GeoCycle is the professional waste management of LAFARGE Africa PLC, and our goal is to provide a zero-waste future. So what we do in essence is to target organizations that generate various industrial waste, ranging from special waste, hazardous waste, or contaminated material.
No, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In continuation of our concrete idea 6.0, we want to talk about promoting circular economy through sustainable waste management. We've seen one form of treating waste. I'm going to play about 15-second video that shows you another thing before we move forward. Let's put the video forward now before we continue. Management. Please, can you bring my presentation up? And I'm going to start from the 17th Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations. You see, and this is where I think we take the courage from to look at how things are done, because this is our guiding principle. This Sustainable Development Goal, we look at it in 4 key pillars. Sorry, the next slide. We look at it in 4 key pillars. All the 17 together. You know, you put it here and then you look at it. So here we look at climate and energy. We look at circular economy. We look at nature. And we look at people. So if you put these 4 together, you can actually simulate the 17th activity of sustainable development. And so for LAFARGE, OSIM Group, sustainability is the core of our company strategy, where we are looking for greener society and smarter society. We talk about smart city. And for that to happen, there are a lot of things we need to do. Next slide, please. So for us, what are we doing? And what is happening in the world? The world population is growing. Today, the world population is what? About 8 billion. You know, when we are younger, they used to talk about 5 billion. In our lifetime, we've seen 8. Maybe in our lifetime, before we leave this world, we start talking about 11, 12, 13. You know, so which means the population will continuously grow. And if you don't do something serious about it, it means this universe will not be able to support our existence. And that is the truth. Today, with, you know, part of the 17th Sustainable Development Goal is talking about taking people out of poverty. But if the planet cannot sustain us, it means people will what? Permanently live in poverty. Next slide, please. And so, what are the drivers for good sustainability? A lot of us are from industry here or from government. And we are all talking about sustainability. We are talking about ESG rating. It means environmental and social governance, which to us is a key thing, you know, to drive our performance. And so, what are the drivers? It means our customer today are asking for a sustainable product. They're asking for sustainable services. Market is opening up for new products. And if you don't move you discover that you'll be left behind. And so sustainability to us is equals to efficiency. If I want to be efficient in my operation, I need to be sustainable. And efficiency means profit. Today also, shareholders are demanding for good ESG performance. And so you discover that some people will not invest in your company if they feel what? You are not sustainable. If they feel your action are impeding the growth of the climate, or if they feel your action is not fulfilling the mandate of the 17th Sustainable Development Goal. So you should be rest assured that the future is for companies who are sustainable. Today, like I said, we are looking at waste management, and that's why I feel, we need to look at those videos I showed earlier. Next slide, please. So we talk about customer, we talk about market, we talk about shareholder. Please, next slide. You see, society also expects. If you look at the picture there, that woman carrying vegetable on her shoulder, she wants to farm, and she wants what? To produce. She wants to make sure that when she planted, she can bring product out. But if climate action are destroying our activity, for example, let's say flooding, or a plant and the things are not growing, they will start their own crisis. Today we'll talk about herdsman farmer crisis. Look down deep. It's not about tribe. It's about something is chasing the person away from where he is. It's looking for water. Wherever the water is, it's going to live and find water wherever it needs to find it. Also, regulation are demanding that what? We are sustainable. So which means we cannot operate as we like as a company. We cannot operate as individuals. Access to some funding if you want to do a project, and you cannot prove that what we are doing is sustaining the climate we are talking about. And so for LAFARGE, we are walking the talk to reduce the impact of climate by reducing our CO2 emission from where we started from, maybe in the 90s, to where we are today. We've reduced about 28%, and we still have a long way to go. As a company, we sign a pledge on the net zero to show that we are moving forward. And how do we do it? We'll see. Next slide, please. So, if you look at the picture I show here, we used to see this in our environment. I think last year, a lot of farms were taken over by what? Water. So which means climate is what? Real. There's some desertification. People are planting, nothing is growing. So which means we are living in a world that a lot of people are vulnerable to what? Climate change. And climate change are induced by what? Our activity. They are human-induced. And so the vulnerability we're all suffering is based on our actions that are uncontrollable. But then, what do we need to do? What are the other impacts? Next slide. The other impact is we're having water scarcity. People cannot get water, good water. When I was growing up as well, borehole water is synonymous to what? Clean water, not well water. Today, with borehole water, people are even afraid to what? To drink. So which means, yes, we can have water, are they good water? At a point in Nigeria, you start talking about typhoid fever. It was not there before. Because of what? Water problem. So which means heat stress, food insecurity, flood risk. And so these are what climate is inducing in our society. Next slide, please. So having talked about sustainability, having seen the impact, then let's talk about decarbonization, which is part of what we are discussing today. In short, what is decarbonization? In a layman language, and I will look at it from the angle of cement industry, because we want to decarbonize, we want to help you to decarbonize, not just cement industry. How do you decarbonize, and how do cement industry decarbonize? Pre-2005, Nigeria has 3 million tons cement capacity. The rest were importing. Today, we have 3 players. In between those, we have 55 million tons. And I know there's some capacity either announced or being built. And that will take us to almost 70 million. So which means there's a potential opportunity in cement industry to do what? To manage waste. And we need to now look at it. that we can do this. You know, in the past, people want to be sustainable, but they don't have a means. You know, you don't want to do something wrong, but there's no way you can do it. For example, we talk about power this morning. I want to have power in my house. But if there's no, transmission to run power to your house, there's nothing you can do. You go back to run what? I better pass my neighbor generator. And that is what most of us are doing. But if tomorrow these things change, what happens? It means we can have source of power. So what I'm saying now is that because cement industry are growing in Nigeria, we are creating an enable environment to change the narratives on waste management, to change the narrative on circular economy. I mean, last year, we invited some government officials to our factory in Ewekoro. And when they saw it, said, well, this is where I can see circular economy what? Practically demonstrated. Because of what? Their opportunity. Next slide, please. And so, if you look at decarbonization for us, look at 1990, what would the indices here is that you measure the CO2 you release per ton of cementitious material. Then it's around 800. Today, for OSIM Group, last year was about 562. For LAFARGE in Nigeria, it's about 572. But we have a target to reach 520, 2025, and 420. So to us, decarbonization has been a state of net zero, where you are negating the amount of greenhouse gases you produce by our human activity. For cement industry, what is our human activity? I run a cement kiln, I put fuel to produce my clinker. I run power plant to be able to run my thing. Same thing for you in your various industry. For example, if I look at food industry, you generate steam, for example, to run your power plant. On top of that, you have a lot of packaging material that you send home to people. And what happened? What did they do with the packaging material when they finish? They throw it in the next dustbin. And then it goes to where? Our dump site. They want to decarbonize, but if there's no means to do it, they will not be able to do it. So this is the reason why we believe it is possible. So to us in cement industry means decarbonization means we have less clinker in cement. Clinker is an intermediary product, and that is where you use a lot of energy. But I can produce more cement, less of that. I can reduce my usage of fossil fuel by looking at my power generation. You know, can I move that to a new form of energy? Let's say cleaner energy, like somebody said in the first panel. Or I look for alternative fuel in the kiln. Somebody was talking here the other time, talking about biomass. You know, can I harness it to use? Can I harness municipal waste to use? Also logistics. Can I change the fuel? Can I move to CNG trucks? You know, when you keep doing this, it means what? You are decarbonizing. And with this, we can start drawing down and moving toward the target. Next slide. So, what are the pathway, what are the enabler for us to decarbonize? In developed world, they talk about carbon price, which today is not applicable in Nigeria today. Although, I think I read somewhere last week, the NSIA is signing this with some organization. But then, what can we do? Or what are we doing here? I know we have an EPR with food and beverage recycling allowance today, but that EPR needs to be expanded. Today, we do a lot on recycling. But the problem we have today, if you go to the dump site, it's not recycling. It's what? Non-recyclable waste, non-recyclable plastic. They are filling our dump site everywhere. I mean, I was in a dump site, I think 2 weeks ago in Ogun State. I was there about 5 years ago. And I went back there again. The volume has risen dramatically, which is showing that it is not going to abate if we do not find what? A solution. Dumping does not create any solution. So which means we need to extend our APR to be able to take care of this. I talk about industry today. You send product out, and at the end of the day, you have problem with what's post-consumer waste, which we are all living into it. And also, we have a lot of household waste that we need to find a solution. So if we have a working EPR, you know, not just addressing recycling, it means we are able to take the thing further, because there's a lot of investment we need to do to get this done. You see, market also is demanding some time for green products. It means we need to evolve a new standard that's showing this product as what? Less CO2 emission. And then we'll be able to tell people that I'm doing something that is taking care of the society. Also, there need to be fossil fuel substitution in terms of energy. We talked extensively about that this morning. We also talk about carbon capture, but then maybe in Nigeria it's too early. But then what I can talk about, I link it to Egypt. I was in Egypt in 2017. I was in Egypt last year. 2 marked difference in waste management. Parallel to in 2017, every waste in Egypt go to dump site. When I went by last year, every waste go to what? A waste treatment plant. So what they send to the dump site is about 20-30%. Because there's a new regulation by government that cement industry and other associated industry need to incorporate 10% of waste into their product. And what does that mean? It stimulates investment. It stimulates activity. I mean, they are not doing it to make losses, no, because the government makes sure they put policy and procedure in place to support that thing. So that's the pathway that we can use, to solve or to move toward our net zero. And then we will be able to solve the problem that manufacturing industry is having today. Next slide. And so the next thing here is the next phase of that is co-processing, which we practice in cement industry, which I will talk extensively eventually. And then you have waste to energy. The last one is uncontrolled burning or dumping, which is what we practice mainly here. So what I'm saying now is that we need to move forward. If we want to decarbonize our country, if we want to address climate issue, we need to move away from just uncontrolled dumping and burning. Next slide. And so when you look at this picture, what comes to your minds? A menace. That's what comes to our minds. This is what? Inside our drainage, inside our road, everywhere. But do you know we can turn it to what? A resource. If you look at the right hand of the picture here, these are bottles people have picked. It means that bottle you saw over there is a recycled material. It can be used. It moves away from menace to what? To a resource. If you look at below, these are packaging waste here. It means I can turn it to what? A resource as well. But if I look at it the way it is, it's just a nuisance there. It means if waste is properly sorted, it can be what? Very, very useful. So there you see a typical dump site, scavengers everywhere. We can create a decent job for these people to fulfill the number 1, 7 of the 17 development goal. By what? Creating a new industry to manage this, not what we are doing today. And that is why I believe we're here. Today, construction is moving rapidly. It means huge volume of waste are being what? Generated. Where are they landing? Dump sites. And where it doesn't land in dump site, we use it to fill road. The first rain did what? We wash it away. We wash it away to where? Our drainage. And then we'll come back tomorrow, the first picture. Your road is what? Flooded. So which means carrying demolition waste to feed pothole does not solve any problem. It creates what? More headache for us. Because your road will eventually be flooded. The water cannot go. That's what is showing here. People are burning biomass anywhere. And that is what this picture is showing. So what I'm saying in essence is waste can be a resource. And so it's an opportunity for new sustainable industry with a decent environment and a social condition for what? For people who are working. Not this. I visited a waste plant. You would think you are in the food industry from outside. It's when you go inside, you start seeing conveyor carrying all sorts of things up and down. High tech. So which means it is possible. We hope tomorrow not to show this picture, to show an industry that is managing that properly. Next slide, please. And so, how do we then move forward when we talk about circular economy? How do we link waste management to circular economy? So if you look at this picture here, you can see here a shovel machine, and you can see a waste that is sorted and that is properly pre-processed, ready to what? Use, compared to the other picture. So which means we can enable this opportunity to reduce CO2 within cement operation. And not only that, it can also support a lot of industry who are generating waste. I was in a factory somewhere on Friday, and I asked them the question, how do you treat your waste? They told me, we give it to government-approved agent. Fantastic. And I asked, where does it end? Full stop. You see? So it means we need to move forward from where what? Waste end. Because if you do not move forward from where waste end, it will go to where? Dump site. The reason is this. Cement industry today are big in Nigeria to be able to give support to any industry. I mean, I'm not talking about LAFARGE, just LAFARGE here. I showed you capacity earlier, 55 million, which is going to grow to about 70, 80 million in the next 5 years. So which means we are sitting on an infrastructure, we don't know what to do with it. But I can tell you in LAFARGE, we know what to do with it. And that's why we're here. And that's why we are going to give the support. We are going to give the necessary investment to be able to make this to be done. So we need to start diverting tons of waste going to dump site. To what? To a waste processing plant. They'll be able to treat it as a resource that will guarantee low carbon economy. And then we'll be able to move our waste forward. Regulators must mandate this. We need a new policy, we need a new structure that drives this to let you see that, look, your waste, even if you want to take it to dump site, I mean, in Germany, for example, it's costlier to take your waste to the dump site than to bring it to a waste processor. I mean, I was in a power plant using waste. They are paying approximately 190 euro per ton. But to take it to the dump site, you pay about 500. So it's no brainer. It means we need to start generating a solution. Without solution, definitely we cannot do. But I'm saying that if there's a new policy that drives that like what they did in Egypt, we can implement this. And then we'll start changing the narrative. Next slide. So this is just a number just to show that at 40% substitution, cement industry today can take about 4 million tons of your waste off the street. Lagos, I know statistics say they generate about 13, 14 million tons a year, approximately 4 million a year. And Lagos is what? The biggest city. So which means if you put everything together, the opportunity is huge for Lagos State. So if we're able to do this, the benefits is enormous. Cement industry will be able to free more gas for other uses. Waste dump will become, waste dump site will become manageable, not what we have today. There'll be cleaner environment, each fulfilling its sustainability goal and zero waste. Post-consumer waste can be better managed, and we can have a new cleaner and structured industry to manage waste better than what we are doing today. Next slide, please. So, how do we treat waste in cement industry? I think this is where we are going. How do you treat waste? What opportunity does cement industry bring to us? As a student of chemistry, cement is made by what? Limestone. And limestone contains what? Calcium carbonate. So which means that limestone that contains calcium carbonate, you have what? Lime. So the atmospheric posture of cement making is like an alkaline in nature. Today, a lot of industry need to put a scrubber in their system. In cement industry, we don't need to. That whole atmosphere is what? Scrubber. That will prevent unnecessary emission to the atmosphere. Next slide, please. So what do we talk about co-processing? Co-processing is based on the principle of industrial ecology, which means you are using waste material as either a raw material or source of energy or both. And it replaces mineral resources. I talk about construction waste, for example. I mean, for goodness sake, if there are a policy structure that supports it, construction industry can be incorporated into cement. And then we'll stop all this headache of our dump site being filled with material that can never decay. So we need to start looking at that. So in co-processing, we're able to co-process both our raw material and our waste at the same time. And the beauty is that it does not leave residue. You know, if you talk about other form of incineration, you have to deal with the residue. If you talk about waste to power, you have to deal with the residue. But for cement industry, you do not deal with residue at all. Next slide, please. And so for co-processing, you know, we need to pre-process the material. And for cement industry, you can actually introduce waste in 3 forms. Either at the main burner, or what we call consigner, or at the back end of the kiln. You need an investment anyway to be able to do that, to be able to put that into it. Next slide, please. So what are the advantages of treating waste, co-processing waste in cement kiln? It's a high temperature with a long residence time. You know, it's self-cleaning, like I talked about earlier, because it contains lime of mass above 60%. You don't have problem of putting any emission that is not favorable to the atmosphere. You can distribute organic and mineral compound. It is high efficiency and total recovery because you will incorporate the ash into the system. It then reduces the global emission. Cement industry is also an existing industry. It means I don't need to put a name. If I want to invest in waste to power, I may need to put about $500 million down. If I want to treat waste in cement industry, I don't need that kind of amount because cement industry is what? Already existing. So in terms of scale of business, there are 2 different things. Next slide, please. So we can handle all sorts of material, waste from municipality, hazardous waste from industry, expired material, biomass, and some other corrective material that we can use as part of the raw material. Next slide. So if you look at the whole process of cement making and cement usage, it means raw material, you can incorporate waste. Clinker production, you can change the fuel. Cement grinding, you can incorporate another waste. Aggregate production, where you produce aggregate to mix with cement to generate concrete, you can put another thing there. Most of these demolition waste can go there. For concrete production also, you can go there. So which means the whole cement supply chain, the whole cement production chain is available for waste treatment. So the 4 million I talked earlier is just for energy. I'm not even talking about the one for adding to aggregate, adding to cement. That can be any number, as long as the cement quality stay as it is. Next slide, please. And so, for us to be able to manage all these things you see here, we need to make the waste available. I mean, we need to pre-process the waste to a form we can use. And that's why a lot of people have asked me, Daniel, we have waste, can we sell to you? And I asked the question, how? I am providing you a service. So how can I come and buy your waste? Because I have an investment to make. Next slide. You see, I need an investment to do. To pre-process waste is a whole company. It's a whole organization that is providing service. So there's no way I'll come and buy your waste to be able to do this. It's a service that has to be done. Because that question has been ringing, people said, everywhere I go to, that we have waste we can sell to you. No, because I also need to set up this industry to be able to manage waste. Waste cannot just be managed as it is. So we need to pre-process it to be able to use. Next slide before we round up. You see? So which means waste can be in any form. You see? Anything you see. At the end of the day, I cannot put those things individually into my cement plant. What I can put into my cement plant is what? A uniform, consistent product that I can inject into the cement kiln. With this, it means all this waste you see here can go into the cement kiln, what you call incineration, I call co-processing, and then you will not see it again. It goes as either part of energy, part of raw material, and then it disappears from the atmosphere. When we start doing what happens? Less usage of what? Dump sites. Less usage of problem with water, because most thing you have in the dump site is what? Leachate problem that goes into water table. Next slide, please. So it means if we're able to manage all this, the future is great. So what LAFARGE has done is to create a function called GeoCircle, a business called GeoCircle that manages waste. And in GeoCircle, we are supporting this. We are more or less a waste manager, you know, supporting industry, supporting government as much as possible to make sure that waste is not going into the industry, it's not going into the atmosphere. Next slide, please. So that is what GeoCircle is doing. It's an 100% subsidiary of Olsen Group. In Nigeria, we are called LAFARGE. Africa, and we are a leading provider of industrial, agricultural, and municipal waste. We pre-process and co-process non-recyclable waste. Please note this. Our business is not to take the recycled waste. Any waste you can recycle should not come here. You know? If you find its way here, then it means we don't know what we are doing or you don't know what you are doing. Recycled waste needs to go to where it's going. What we want to do is to be able to address non-recyclable waste, and that is what GeoCircle is doing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity that we've got in this country. You know, all over the world, Holcim Group, if I look at the number for last year, we co-process about 34 million tons of waste in GeoCircle through our cement plant. The target is about 75 million by 2025. And that's why there's enormous investment going all over the world. Even in Nigeria, we're investing in our other plant now, in south of Nigeria, to be able to co-process more waste. So cement industry provides this avenue for all of us here. So as an industry, are you having problem with your non-recyclable waste? Are you having problem with your production waste? There's an opportunity here for you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that applause was for Mr. Daniel. I believe we can do a louder one for LaFarge Africa. LaFarge Africa is committed to building a sustainable ecosystem. And, you know, if you wouldn't even see it through other means, which are very visible to us, you can see it through its commitment to this conference, Concrete Ideas 6.0. Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. You've set the tone for the next panel. And of course, I'm sure that the moderator will say that you've made her work even much easier with what you've shared with us. Now, the next panel is focused on promoting circular economy through sustainable waste management practice. And we'd have the honor of listening to, you know, distinguished panelists and our moderator. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a loud ovation to bring up our moderator for this panel, the award-winning journalist and host for Breakfast Central on News Central Television, Olive Amodi. A round of applause as Olive takes the stage.
Thank you very much, Temi Badru, for doing a great job steering us this far. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here and championing important conversations like we're having here at LaFarge PLC. We've had a very intense session. You would agree with me that that session was basically a way to usher us into the next panel session. But I cannot go ahead with this panel session without welcoming somebody who is a very important part of what we're going to discuss. So he would come and address us very quickly, and then we can start the panel session properly. So I'd like us to please welcome the immediate past Commissioner of Environment, Ogun State, Mr. Oladimeji Oresanya. Prior to his appointment, he was the special advisor to the governor of Ogun State, Nigeria on environmental matters. He has served as CEO and senior consultant, solid waste management design and financing with Globetech Remedial Limited, head of waste management policy desk at the Ministry of Environment, Lagos State, and as managing director and team leader that developed the policy and strategy for improvement in sustainable waste management services in Lagos State. He has had an extensive local and international background working with the World Bank, UNDP, Clinton Foundation, USEPA, to mention a few. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us as we welcome the immediate past Commissioner of Ogun State, of Environment, Ogun State, as he addresses us very quickly. Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, thank you, Olive, and I want to thank everyone. I'll say good afternoon. I've been enjoying myself as I sat down over there. And the first panel was highly illuminating, and I want to thank Mr. Daniel also for that incisive, detailed presentation on waste management and what LaFarge is doing, especially GeoCircle. I told Tokwe, thank you for dragging me in here. Where's Tokwe? She dragged me here today. I thought I was praying in my heart that maybe they will postpone this program so I can enjoy my holiday. All right, so I came in from the airport, so don't mind me if I'm looking a bit drowsy. I have a bit of jet lag. All right, so, listening to Daniel, my mind flashed back to when Geocycle commenced the idea. I think I was still in Loma then, all right? And I think myself and Daniel were met. And he was an answer to my prayer then when he approached me around 2014. And what brought Daniel to me then was we had an aggregate of tires. We were collecting tires on the road in Lagos then. And we had a lot of organizers that would throw tires on the road, and we would clean these things up because they were clogging the drainage networks and the rest of it. And nobody knew what to do with them. But we started by collecting them, deliberately collecting them, and we were storing them at Olusoso dump site. Then we brought a company, Petra Tires, and Petra Tires came and started recycling, and we were working with the Ministry of Works in Lagos then. They were to be using some of the aggregates then as a mixture with the bitumen for road construction. But what they were collecting was so small, and we still had a lot of problem. So I don't know how, anytime I visited the site then, I'll look at the huge pile of tires and we're looking at what do we do with it until Daniel came. He came to my office and he talked about the plan of LAFARGE to establish a segment of LAFARGE for renewable energy. And I was so excited when he talked to me about how they're going to collect all the tires and use to fire the kiln. So we started the work then. I remember I went to the LAFARGE office then. And yes, Geocycle became real down there. And that tells me something about LAFARGE. Here is a company that is deliberate about their intentions. All right. In my, just before a few weeks ago when I left office, as a regulator in Ogun State, Ogun State has, when you talk about the extractive industry in Nigeria, the non-oil extractive industry, Ogun State come top are there. All right, and we have, out of the 50 million metric tons of capacity between the three big players, I think Ogun State probably, I think you can correct me, Ogun State probably will account for more than half or slightly half of it. That tells you the importance of this industry to Ogun State. And yes, but out of the big players, LAFARGE has been the only company that has been consistent. LAFARGE is the only company that has been engaging with government. Yeah. And LAFARGE has invested in research with the government, to partner with government, and even the private sector to solve this problem. I think there are ESG goals. I don't know what your targets are, what your goals are. But to me, I can see a company that is consistently trying to climb the ladder, try to achieve the ESG goals, all right, that they set for themselves, to make sure that they reduce the carbon footprint in their production, decarbonization, just like we said, and also to improve on the energy mix, which is a target also for extractive industry. Don't mind me, and I'm sure the MD knows. When it comes to the polluters, when it comes to the main producers of carbon all over the world, the cement industry comes top, at the top. Yes, so you must be clear. But one thing I admire is that you are not just the first, you are not the main player, but you are the most active player. And it tells a lot about the kind of company. That is why when you invited me for this program, I knew that I had to just break my holiday and come to honor you. Again, why will I break my holiday and come for LAFARGE? Yes, LAFARGE, when it comes to supporting government, LAFARGE has been very, very supportive. We had a similar event recently in Ogun State, and LAFARGE took it all the way. Yes. It was all about pollution prevention and the rest of it. LAFARGE took it all the way. It was so impressive, and we're so impressed with what you did. And the governor sends his appreciation for what LAFARGE did at that time. The governor could not come that day, but he sent the Secretary of the State Government to represent him. So we're so happy about it. Well, I think today, from what you just said, we're going to sit down here to discuss all the critical issues, and it's all about the ESG goals. It's all about talking about the economy, the environment, and the people. All right, and the people. Why have we not moved? Listen to the first panelist when they were talking about we had all it takes to, we had the nice policy, we have a nice policy, we have the market, we have everything, all the ingredients are there. Why are we not moving? Something reminds me again. When I've seen so many proposals about conversion of waste to energy, so many I've seen. All right, I've reviewed so many, but one thing is missing. All right, why are we not moving? We have the waste. They can convert it. Why are we not moving? Okay, and what comes to my mind? Logistics, the cost of bridging the gaps. The economic model that will sustain that is what we are yet to get right. Wherever the economic is good, naturally, investors will go there. All right, until we get the economic model right. And I think one of the key things to get the economy right, you mentioned it on the EPR regulation. Most of the countries where you see things moving on renewable energy and sustainable energy is because the instrument of the EPR are being used effectively well to drive the process. Somebody will be paying off the bill, making sure that it's attractive. I can imagine somebody picking a PET on the road rather than sell it at a cheap rate. I think it's about $250 now or so per ton. And if I have a market where somebody's going to pick it at about ₦1 million, okay, per ton, I don't know the reason why I will not move it there. All right, until we get it to that level where we get the price and the economic model right. So, Olive, I'm sure the panelists today, including myself, we're going to be looking at that to make sure we get the right solution and move forward. Thank you very much, and you're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. At this point, I'd like to welcome our panelists for today. I'd like to also mention before I call them up that, as usual, we'll take questions from the audience. We hope to wrap up as quickly as possible this time around so we can take more questions from the audience. And first on my list, this time around, I'm very excited to be welcoming a woman to join me on stage. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Dolapo Fashawe, the General Manager and Chief Executive Officer of Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA. She's responsible for implementation of policies aimed at protecting and improving the environment in Lagos. And prior to her current appointment, she served as a coordinator of the Lagos State Special Health Programs, where she pioneered and coordinated the Eco-Free Health Mission, serving across all local government areas in Lagos State. Once again, please, a round of applause for Dr. Dolapo Fashawe. We also have joining me on stage, Mr. Ibrahim Adejunwo Odumboni, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Lagos State Management Authority. He, of course, before his appointment, was Executive Director of LOMA with the mandate to ensure sustainability partnership with SMEs and change management to improve efficiency of operations, amongst others. Please, a round of applause as we welcome Mr. Ibrahim Adejunwo Odumboni as he joins me on stage. He's in the audience. All right. All right, as up next, we have yet another woman, and this makes me very, very excited. Please, I'll be welcoming her, but she's, of course, standing in for Mr. Wasim El Husseini, who is the MD Nestle Nigeria PLC, who, of course, occupies the position of Chief Executive Officer, MD and Director at Nestle Nigeria PLC. He's also on the board of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and he previously held the position of Manager, Channel Category Sales Department at Nestle Kuwait General Trading Co., WLL, Head Sales at Nestle Saudi Arabia LLC, and Sales Director and Country Manager at Nestle Middle East FCE. Now, to join us on stage, please, a round of applause for Mr. Wasim El Husseini, MD Nestle Nigeria PLC, who is represented today by Mrs. Victoria Ndidiamaka Uwadoka, Corporate Communications and Public Affairs and Sustainability Lead, Nestle. A round of applause for her as she joins us on stage. You see, I'm very excited. We are outnumbering the men this time. Up next, I'd like to welcome a distinguished professor, Professor Babajide Alo, who is an internationally acknowledged environmental management issues, especially in developing countries, with over 20 years experience in international negotiations of global instruments for management of chemicals and sustainable development. A round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And we heard him speak, but again, please it gives me honor and great joy to welcome the commissioner, the immediate past commissioner of environment for Ogun State, Mr. Ola Oresonia, as he joins us on stage. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. It's fine, I can sit anywhere. Yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this very wonderful and gender-balanced panel. I love it so much. All right, I'll be starting the conversation this afternoon with Dr. Dolapo. And I'd like to once again mention to our audience watching, we'll be taking questions from the viewers, and when I say the viewers, I'm talking about those watching via Instagram and YouTube. I'm going to try and make this as quick as possible here so we can take more questions from the audience, and I'm hoping we can wrap up as quickly as possible. But I'll start with Dr. Dolapo. It's no doubt that sustainable waste management is a conversation that we should be having, and the world is talking about it. So let's talk about how states like Lagos are jumping in this conversation and what we're doing in terms of meeting the circular economy targets and incorporating circular economy approach into the current waste management plan. So talk to us about what Lagos State is doing in that regard.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm glad to be here. In preparing for this, I assumed that my audience will be MSMEs or SMEs. I will talk based on that assumption. Now, the very first thing that matters in governance, when you say you want to deal with something, is political will. Is it important? Is it of priority to the government? And I'm very happy to say here today that Lagos State has a 6-pillar agenda: transport, health, and environment. They were both put together as the second pillar because the quality of your health is directly proportional to your environment. And what makes up the built environment? Apart from infrastructure, it's anthropogenic activities, what we produce from building, from cooking, from feeding, and thereby, I don't like to say waste. There's nothing called waste until you decide it's waste, because the end product of everyone is somebody's raw material. When you decide it is waste is when it becomes waste. What are we doing? We are moving away from the linear way, linear economy, towards circular economy. And to show that there's strong political will, we have a circular economy roundtable that consists of government officials, multi-sectoral collaboration, not just Ministry of Environment. I listened to the first panel. We have Ministry of Science and Technology. We have Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. We even have Ministry of Information in this panel. We also have people from the private sector joining this circular economy roundtable for us to think of innovative, sustainable, and practical ideas that suits our economy. Because the truth is, what works in Lagos is not what will work in Ekiti or London or Ogun State. I always say there's limited resources, competing demands. People don't understand global warming or climate change or waste management when they have not received their salaries, they are not able to pay school fees, there's no electricity, they can't put it all together. All those things are just a figment of someone's imagination. And what are we doing? Advocacy, enlightenment, sensitization. My agency, Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, before this administration was barely known. However, our current governor is very particular about environment, both the built environment and the natural environment. And what we are doing, especially for MSMEs, is that the truth is that power, energy, without it, you cannot run any business. At the same time, when you burn fossil fuels, you are polluting the environment. I'm a medical doctor turned environmentalist, but in all honesty, I do not think we can ever achieve net zero. To sustain life, how? Imagine a Lagos with every car being electric, then that means we have to have 24/7 electricity. Otherwise, we have to put on generators to charge the batteries, to charge the car, and then it's a vicious cycle again. Charity begins at home. Simple things like how we deal with our wastes in our homes, separation of wastes, understanding that plastics are not biodegradable, understanding reuse, recycle, reduce, rethink, and understanding that these dump sites, I don't know if anybody knows Olushoso in Maryland. It is not infinite. It will finish. We continue to put things there, it finishes. LAFARGE is saying to us now that bring your waste. We will take it from you free of charge. But sir, have you thought of the social and economic factors? Like, to get 5 kilograms of plastic, it will fill a whole damn full bus. Right? It will fill a whole damn full bus. To move that damn full bus to a recycler, the money you will pay to get there is more than the value of what you are going to sell. In the end, you'd rather just leave the plastic right there in the gutters or on the roads. But we have been lucky with partnerships with the private sector and the government itself. I want to thank LAFARGE. I want to thank some faces I'm seeing here, FIBRA, IHS. They have collaborated with us in moving away from punitive measurements in encouraging waste management to partnerships. We say to you, if you do your waste in a certain way, you get tax cuts, you get awards, and we have a program called Cash for Trash.
So is this applicable now?
Oh yes, I'll show you. Please, can you play that slide? In Lagos State. This is Obalende Underbridge. So we have the program that the governor magnanimously approved, and we get support from the private sector. It's called Cash for Trash. And what we do here is that the recyclers buy empty bottles for, say, 1 naira. We put a premium on it and buy it for 10 naira. You will say, how do you hope to sustain this? It is not a matter of, we won't buy it for 10 naira for 10 years. We will buy it for 10 naira for 1 year, so that you will know. We want to change your mindset for you to know there's value in plastic. Where's the slide? That was a movie. I want a picture.
Right, here we have it.
Okay, so we set up camp right there in Obalende on that bridge, and we were buying anything that was made from plastic or styrofoam or nylon bags. We were not even weighing. We gave them dustbin bags, 3 days of advocacy, saying we are coming, bring your plastics, bring your nylons, bring your anything you have. And we were paying cash right there. I want you to see how Obalende on that bridge came from what you saw in the first video to this in 3 hours. It is real. It has happened. However, how do we sustain it? We have to put recyclers within reach of everyone, every industry, every home, every MSME, even large industries, eateries and all. And this we are doing in collaboration with the Waste Management Agency in Lagos State. So yes, there's a big political will. We have programs, we have projects, and we are hoping that with this tilting away from enforcement and punitive measures and giving incentives and changing mindsets and helping people understand the health impact of poor waste management will get us close to net zero, but not net zero. Thank you.
A round of applause for her, please. She says she doesn't see the possibility of us achieving net zero. I'll probably throw that to the other panelists and see what their thoughts are. But I'd like to bring in Mrs. Wadoka on the conversation. Your organization is one that has to deal with waste on a regular basis. And we know that this can be an operational risk and hazard as well, because it sort of might be taking you away from the primary function of what the organization does. So from your experience, how would you say that your organization, or Geocycle rather, has been able to solve this problem of dealing with waste management?
Thank you very much. Yes, so at Nestle, we have a policy, and that policy is net zero, not net zero actually, zero waste to landfill, right? So we want to ensure that across all our operations, across all our sites, there is zero waste to landfill. Everything that is a byproduct of our production is either recycled, reused, or upcycled. There is something that is done with everything, up to the food waste, the biological waste, which is used to feed animals and use as manure in farms and all of that. So what have we done with the Geocycles is to ensure that all the non-recyclable waste, not the PETs and the plastics, which are obviously recyclable, the paper, which is obviously recyclable, for all of those, we send them to those who are able to use them and recycle them. So yes, it is a challenge, but the first thing is having that objective to achieve zero waste to landfill, because the landfill is not a sustainable solution. It is a problem as well to the environment, and so that's very critical for us. So what has LAFARGE been able to do? Yes, we're discussing that earlier. What we're able to do with LAFARGE is to send all our non-recyclable waste and to be sure that that is used in a system. Now, the only concern that we even had with that was, what impact does that have in the environment? Is it zero? Is it zero impact, zero carbon on the environment? But I think that they have a technology that ensures that it is cleaner, it is more friendly to the environment than anything else. So what that does for us is to take away the challenge of where the waste or where the byproduct of all our production goes. So all the industrial waste agents that come out of our factory goes there, and we're sure that it's being taken care of in a sustainable way. So yes, that kind of solves the problem for us. And what we're doing is even going further to look at the post-consumer waste. So the final product that does go out of our factory and the consumers use it, how do they manage, or how can we manage that waste coming from that? And that's something, a journey that we're on to find out how, first of all, to get it away from the landfill, because these are smaller items. They're not as easy to manage as the bottles, the PETs. Now, they're smaller items, the packets, the sachets, all those things. So we're on a journey, and that journey will include the Lomas, the Oguamas, and all of that. So it's a journey and it's an ecosystem. You know, you did talk about multi-sectoral engagement and collaboration and participation. So that's the other leg of the journey that we're on to tackle the problem. So the fact that Lafarge has put in place systems, they have the machinery, they have the processes to manage 50% of the problem solved for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we please put our hands together? And now that you mentioned that there's a bit of an issue and that would need Loma also to answer some questions, we do have a representative in the audience, and he'll be joining us from the audience with the microphone. So can we please have a microphone passed across to him? Please, a round of applause as we recognize Dr. Essien, who is the Assistant General Manager in charge of Sustainability, Investments and Partnerships, and he'll be joining us here to answer some questions. A round of applause for him as well. Thank you. All right, we'll talk. I think I'll direct my next question to you, sir. And if possible, we'd like to have a videographer here, so those at the back can see Dr. Essien. We're talking about waste management. That's the crux of this conversation. And I'd like you, from your perspective, to share with us what you would say is the greatest challenge that is posed when it comes to waste management in Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would rather say that the challenge we're having right now is how to see waste as a resource, not as waste. Dr. Dolapo said that it is only when you agree that it is waste that it becomes waste. The issue is this. Thank you very much, Mr. Resaya, my boss. I'm sure you are going to agree with me with all I'm going to say today. Thank you, Prof. In Lagos, the biggest challenge we have is inability to make use of the 38% of our waste that are recyclable accurately. And then our inability to also make use of the 45% of our waste that is organic. And therefore, because we cannot do that, we seem to bungle everything together and take it to the dump sites, which is not sustainable, and then which is so expensive, which is very injurious to the environment and to public health. There is something we call in Loma currently as Loma loop. That Loma loop takes us into the production line. Is a loop that begins from the production line onto the distributor, to the end user, to the post consumer, to Loma, and back to the production line. What that means is that a bottle of Coke or a bag of cement, I think Lafarge is here, a bag of cement, yes, that passed through to the end user, and then the bag that has been given to Loma recyclers, who now take it, pre-process it, and take it back to the production line to ensure that that loop is completed. Now look at this. You cannot have a clean waste to recycle if you do not segregate your waste from source. One of the problems we had when we started preaching the blue box, people, thought, like Dr. Dolapo said, that when they probably pick up some plastics, they will be like 5 million and then they will make money. But when they realize that, look, the more the volume, the less, the cost, they were so discouraged. So we had to change the approach. The approach now is to provide Lagosians with bins so that they can sort their waste from home, either with profit or without profit. You'll agree with me that some state outside, like let's say UK, for example, you give your recyclable out without collecting a dime. But in some places like India, some places in China, you have to sell your recyclable. And what works over there may not work here. So we have to look at our system and see the stability and adaptability of whatever we are going to do. Then what did we do? We have a program that is 6 million bins in 6 years for Lagosians. And this 6 million bins is expected to go to people at a fee. And then those that have bins already will take this bin as a second bin. Our policy now is 2-bin system. Recyclable waste and non-recyclable. Or commingled waste and recyclable waste. When that is done, then the art of collection of the recyclable waste will be, teleguided using our Packham app and the new technology. Then the non-recyclable waste, we are currently in partnership with LAFARGE. And I want to use this opportunity to really appreciate LAFARGE. They believe in us, even though we're having challenges in taking off. But I can assure you that within the next couple of weeks or a month, our non-recyclable waste will find themselves into LAFARGE plants. What they do with it is different. And let me also link this as an expo. Since LAFARGE started that, some other companies are coming vigorously to repeat the same thing. But we want to run this as a pilot program. If this thing succeeds, I can assure you that 38% or 39% of our waste will be recycled, will be used as co-processing instrument for your cement and other things. And then, that is why we said in the next 10 years, we are proposing a waste diversion option of 30%. And if we do that successfully, then that our loop will be strengthened and consolidated. And then the challenges now will be this. When people are, able to sort out their waste and get value from it, either in cash and in other ways, then they will key into our sustainability. Sir, Mr. Resident, sir, I know you have always taught us how to make sure that there is no waste on the streets. And then we work with you. I was your boy. And then I learned so much from you. Sir, in the next couple of years, if our program works, waste will drastically reduce from the streets because it will become value. LAFARGE burning it, some other companies, I don't mention their name, coming to take it. Then we have partnerships with manure production companies. In addition to the 8K you establish, I'm sure that we'll have little waste to take to the dump site. I want to stop here for now.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Aresoya, he naturally just makes it that you're the next person that I would ask a question. I mean, I wanted to skip, but seeing as he's spoken to you, I want you to, and I'm going to ask a question flowing from what Dr. Dolapo Fashawe had said, and she talked about how, it's not possible for us to achieve net zero. And I want you to react to that. So please, can you rephrase exactly what you said, ma'am?
In an urbanized, industrialized environment, it is almost impossible to achieve net zero.
Okay, so
in my own opinion.
So, all right, almost
urbanized,
impossible.
Industrialized.
All right.
Those two.
So I'd like you to react to that, sir, and talk to us about, what role basically we see sectors, different sectors of the economy, what roles they have to play in achieving net zero.
Okay. Well, I think we shouldn't confuse issues. There's a net zero in emission, and there's a zero waste, they're two different issues. So I'm sure she's probably referring to zero waste. Net zero emission, or maybe it was net zero emission is possible. Zero waste is possible. The only thing we need to do is the moment we have the technology and we can define the procedure we have to follow. It's not going to happen overnight, but we need to set standard. I watched Daniel's presentation about the targets for LAFARGE, how to decarbonize the process, and you could see how the graph was going down. They have a target till, I think, 2040. So it's all about defining the sequence and the space. It's possible. Now, all we need to do, we need to have a good understanding about the process, and we need to be deliberate about the process. LAFARGE is where they are now because they established GeoCircle for that purpose. All right? And I'm sure the driver of GeoCircle will always want to report back on progress to justify the investment, and that would drive attainment of targets. So if we can put our organizations and challenge them on the ESG, all right, on the targets, it's very, very possible. I get it, to get there.
we should not be discouraged. It's tough. Maybe because of the problems that Akwa sees every day. You'll be like, oh my God, this is crazy. So you could be overwhelmed. It can be really overwhelming. All right? And you always want to think it's very, very impossible. And let me just give you a small story about what possibility or not possibility. In 2005, when I was going to be deployed to Loma, Lagos was in shambles, problem of waste everywhere then. And I met with the president now, who was the governor of Lagos then. And the question he asked me, because I wrote all the stories, and he asked me the question, Mr. Rosa, you think this thing is possible? Can Lagos ever be clean? Because he was giving up on the process. He has tried several issues. And I told him then that it's a business model that was wrong. And he gave me the chance. All right, so we could see the sequence within 10 years, how we had a lot of improvement on the streets, and Lagos could boast of recycling. When we talk about recycling 10 years ago, or 15 years ago in Lagos. All right. Now, when it comes to waste management, there are two targets. The KPI for government and for industries. They are two different things. All right, and we need to be able to match that. For any government, the target is to be clean first. Whatever you do to the waste is a secondary issue. For any government, I want to be sincere with you. The whole target is, I want the clean street, and that's it. Government will deploy resources for that. Recycling, net zero, zero waste. There are ways and means for achieving clean streets. For industries, or for geocycle, energy mix target, we have to reduce the cost of energy, and we have to look into renewable energy. Okay, renewable energy is supposed to be a way to reduce cost, which is normal, which is good. Okay, it puts you on a very competitive ground. All right, but you have to look at the sustainability of the process. So there are two different angles. Now, come to talk about the merger between why will it take this long for Loma to take advantage of the opportunity at Lafarge. Loma will think about the cost of moving waste from Lagos to the plant at Ewekoro. Who will pay, who will bridge that cost? Okay, and that's where a kind of a deliberate action must come to bridge that deficiency, that cost. Okay, and this is where we will have the economic model, and I think I'll talk about the EPR, if you allow me. For most cities in the world, the EPR is the instrument of financing such sustainable practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Round of applause for him. All right, before I go to Prof, I'd like to quickly announce that the owner of the car with the number JJJ67GZ Lexus, a blue Lexus, please, you are asked to come downstairs so that Loma does not carry your car and add it to. We need you downstairs, please. Thank you very much. Lexus blue JJJ67GZ. Thank you very much. All right, so now let's speak with Prof. Part of why we're here today is to explore opportunities. In the first panel, we talked about the opportunities that abound in the energy space. So let's talk about opportunities in this waste. We're looking at how to manage waste, how to transition into a circular economy. So what opportunities lie here for SMEs and business owners?
Thank you very much. Let me start by acknowledging Lafarge and Geocycle. I was having a private chat with the managing director and the outgoing managing director that I give a plus to Lafarge for this Geocycle initiative. And of course, Mr. Daniel, indeed, after listening to watching Daniel's presentation, there was no longer any need for this panel. He has gone to town and made an excellent presentation on what the value is in the circular economy, what the value is in good waste management, what the value is in zero waste. I'm glad Mr. Oresoya has clarified that we're talking about zero emission and zero waste. Waste is an inevitable part of human living. Even as we sit here, we are generating waste. As I breathe out, I'm throwing carbon dioxide into the air. It's waste. It's an inevitable part of human living. So we cannot reach a point where we say we have zero waste. Like I think Dr. Fashai was trying to put across. But what we are saying is that we want to reach a level, a situation where there is zero waste arriving at our dump sites. Unfortunately for us in Nigeria, we don't have landfills. What we have are open dump sites for now. But what we want to say as the opportunities in it is the fact that we are now at a point where circular economy is the way to go. Circular economy is the way to go because that's what defines the fact that you lengthen the life of every material. The key part of circular economy is we are saying that this material, we want to lengthen its life, we want to lengthen its use. And how do we do that? We send this, when it's been defined as waste, when it's defined as this process doesn't need this anymore, we want to be able to send it into another one. Benefits exist, both economic and social. Social in the sense that you are reducing any impact of pollution from that material to anybody. Because you are not sending that out into the atmosphere, into anywhere, you are sending it back into the system. Economic in the sense that we're going to generate another set of industries that will handle that. Geocycle is demonstrating that. The number of workers working with Mr. Daniel in Geocycle has created another ambit, another economic opportunity for the workforce. So the benefits will never end in terms of if you ensure you get resource efficiency, which is the key words in this business we're talking about. Resource efficiency would lead to improvement in the health. I'm glad Dr. Fashaw is here. She's a health expert, and she knows the impact of each of all these on people. Health will improve, and that's what I noticed in the chart from Mr. Daniel's presentation earlier. In the Sustainable Development Goals chart, a box is missing, and that has to do with health. If you improve with circular economy, human health will improve generally. There will be less people reporting in hospitals, there will be less people reporting in health centers because we have handled and removed the pollution impact, the pollution indices that go along with waste, poor waste management. We are removing it. So the benefits are tremendous, without any doubt. However, of course, the downside of it is that there are also problems. But let's dig into the problems now. Let's be positive and say that, sure, we have sufficient benefits that will be coming out of a circular economy, that will be coming out of improved waste management, because we cannot do anything about waste. Waste is an inevitable part of human living. Forever, as long as we live as humans or we run industries, waste must accompany them.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that. A round of applause for Prof. Now, I think at this point it's important to also applaud young Nigerians. I've seen a number of young Nigerians who have explored business opportunities from waste. I know of brands who make outfits from waste. I know of brands who have taken tires and turned it into centerpieces in the living room and turned it to interior decor. So I must say that young people in Nigeria are doing great work and must be recognized. So please, a round of applause for the Nigerian young people. Now, so we're talking about, the young people. I would like us to get into how the private sector can be involved in this, but I'll come back to you, Dr. Dolapo. And let's talk about responsible consumption and production, yes. So how can we achieve, first of all, let's talk about why is it important that in the conversation surrounding waste management, we're talking about responsible consumption and production, and how can Nigeria best achieve this?
Well, like I said, the onus, there's something called extended producer's responsibility. It is not only the consumer, it starts from the producer. By the way, this is banned in my office, LASEPA. We don't use single-use plastic. It is encouraged that everybody has a flask and you can bring water from home. I'm sorry, Neso, I'm not killing your business, but it reduces the number of plastic bottles that we would have to throw away. And every conference I go to, when there are foreigners, you will notice on the table, they have their flasks. It is only us that have these things. So 1, charity begins at home. 2, responsible consumption can only occur when there's responsible production. Now, if you look at this bottle, there's one tiny picture here. Dispose of this plastic properly. Put it in a bin. Put it in Dr. Asian's bin. It is smaller. It is smaller than the name of the water. Let's move back to health. When we started the campaign against cancer, and we saw that, okay, non-communicable diseases are on the rise. Hypertension, diabetes is killing people. No more HIV/AIDS, no more malaria, no more cholera. We had to do an aggressive health promotion approach, where on every pack of cigarettes is boldly written there, cigarettes kill. Ugly pictures, horrible pictures. This thing causes lung cancer. Highly addictive. That's responsible production. And then if you now choose to consume it, you know the implication of consumption. Resource efficiency is also very important. And in responsible consumption, I believe that, because like Dr. Essien said, in other countries, other climes, countries that are not emerging economies, if you don't sort your waste, maggots will grow in front of your house. Nobody will pick that bin. You will be fined, you'll be taxed, you'll be punished. So responsible consumption, the onus is not only on the consumer, it is on the producer, it is on the government, it is on the consumer. And until we are serious about enforcement on this responsible consumption, we will not move anywhere. If I throw this bottle right into that water there with policemen around me, nobody would say anything to me. Even abroad, nobody will say anything. I've emptied the liquid contents. The plastic bottle is useless. So when we talk about responsible consumption, we have to target mindsets. We have to look at knowledge, attitude, and practices. I'm a scientist. Before we carry any intervention to any area, we go and do something we call pre-test. What do you know about responsible consumption? What do you know about plastic pollution? What do you know do you know that this thing, if not disposed properly, can lead to cancer? The fishes you eat, the animals you eat, it can block your drains, cause flood, diarrhea, cholera. You know, in 2020, a study was done with World Bank, and 32,000 Lagosians lost their lives prematurely due to pollution. And pollution is mostly anthropogenic, is irresponsible consumption of whatever it is we are dealing with. Like I said, I'm assuming that I'm talking to SMEs and MSMEs. Let us imagine right from production that we want responsible consumption and do things that will encourage responsible consumption. write things that will encourage responsible consumption, even incentivize. There was a company that used to do, I think it's MTN, buy one, get one free. Coca-Cola, when I was growing up, you would drink liquid contents only. You bring the crates back before you can get, I think, yes, before you can buy another one. That's responsible production, which in turn leads to responsible consumption. So it's everybody's collective responsibility.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her. So the next question I have will be in two parts. One will be for Mrs. Uwadoka, and the next one would be for Mr. Oresanya. And it's, of course, in reaction to what she has said in terms of responsible consumption, that it doesn't start with the consumption. It's, of course, with production as well as government. So it's a collaborative effort. We know that there are certain countries on the continent where you can't enter with a plastic bag. Rwanda, for example, it will be a problem. So I would like you to speak to the production aspect, and I'd like you to speak to the government and the policies that government needs to maybe consider initiating, or the ones that they have already done, to push this forward. Okay.
Okay. Yes. As Doc has already said, it takes all of us, right? So it starts from the producer, and then, of course, we need to have the enabling policies, and we need to have the enabling systems, right? That's super important as well. And then, of course, the consumer has a responsibility. But talking from the producer, yes, at a certain level, producers understand what their responsibility is and not thinking about, dispose, recycle properly. Maybe ours is not as small as that, but, we take that feedback, on making it more prominent that you need to dispose of it properly. But when I say to someone, dispose of this properly, what does that mean? Does he have where he should dispose of that properly? Does he know exactly what he needs to do? Is there someone who will pick that up? So we need to also ensure that we're creating the system. So part of what we're doing within the EPR, and we're part of the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, RSA is here, and part of what we're doing is really providing more awareness, helping to change that mindset. And of course, we're working with the government as well to ensure that we have the recyclers close to everyone's living environment, because that's super important. And we also want to make sure that we have collection centers as close enough to the people as possible so they don't have to transport it. You know the story you told about taking one bus load? So, speaking to people, telling them, bring your waste, and then they bring one maybe 5 kg of plastics, and they take a keke marawa, and that's really plenty of space that occupies. And they've paid to bring that to the recycling point. And what they get back is not equal to the value of what it cost them to bring it to you. So we're trying to solution that as well. Everybody must have the capacity to sort his or her waste right in front of where the person lives. You talked about, other climes. That's what's done. It's a journey, but we must provide the alternatives as we provide the solutions. And as well, we're working as producers to innovate, to renovate our packaging. So we're looking at other ways of packaging. For example, we've lightweighted the bottles to make sure that they are smaller. We're using less plastic. We're looking at doing away with the shrink films to reduce the quantity of plastic. So we're doing all of that. We're also trying to find other ways of wrapping that are healthy, are safe for the consumer, because we have to think about that food grade and all of that. So we're doing all that work. And yes, we're working with every stakeholder within the ecosystem to remove the waste that is already there, because that's a huge problem as well. It's already there. It's already clogging the waterways. It's already in our gullies and all of that. What do we do to ensure that that gets out of there? Now, as we're taking responsibility as producers, we're not only looking at our production and how we're producing. We know that it takes all of us. So, in the designing of the policies, in the building of the systems, and, we've talked about technology. Dr. Essien talked about the Quacam app, and there are others that are being built. There's also an association of collectors, of recyclers, and we all work together to ensure that we're creating an ecosystem that would ensure that full circularity. Now, the last part, which is, I think that will be the closing of the loop, is what is done with all this plastic at the end of the cycle. We have a number of recyclers who are working, but we are collecting more plastics than the recyclers are able to recycle, immediately. So it's our duty as well to create an ecosystem that is attractive to investors to build more recycling hubs. So I think that's it on the part of the producer for now.
All right, thank you very much. Now let's get to the government, and I'm hoping that.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
Would you need some time, sir?
I said I have a jet lag. No, I'll go.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, when you look at...
so you can take your time, sir.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back to you. And let me just quickly get to Professor Babajide Ibitayo-Alo. If we look at how we're trying to transition into the circular economy, what are the things that we need to emulate, or the lessons that we need to learn from developing countries who have done this successfully, and how can we implement that here in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Indeed, we have now come to terms globally, and Nigeria cannot run away from it, that there has to be behavioral change. Our people need to be empowered. Our people need to be educated. Our people need to have public awareness. There is one element, what we used to have in terms of circular economy is the 4 R's. Reduce, reuse, recycle. There is one element principle which I want to put to this audience today, which I'm trying to work on for now, and that's the element of refuse. Dr. Pashawi told us that in LASEPA, her office, they have refused to take any bottled water into the place. That's the beginning of behavioral change. So virtually everybody of her staff in that office, and I know this, refused to take bottled water and plastic from you. So we need behavioral change. We need to be able to let people know that certain actions of theirs doesn't help. And that's what we have found in the developed countries. People there have now come to terms with the fact that there are certain, they cannot put commingled waste in one drum. I'm glad Loma is already telling us that they are working on ensuring that people now have a change, and within their homes, they segregate waste so that non-recyclable goes in there, recyclable goes in there. That behavioral change has caught up with everybody in developed countries. In Norway and Sweden, we have sufficient information to know that they virtually have closed all landfills because zero waste, there is no waste to go there. Why is that? Everybody living in Norway or Sweden has changed the mindset. They've been empowered to change their mindset in order for them to achieve sustainable waste management. Loma told us now that they are promoting that there should be drums, two drums at least in every house. But we don't know now if it's going to be free to cause the behavioral change. Whereas, where I just said nothing goes to the dump site again, the landfill again, they've closed it. The local bureaus, the local communities bring those drums to your house,
right,
and put it in front of your house. So naturally, you are forced. You have no reason. It becomes a criminal offense if you do not segregate because you have been empowered. So what I want to push forward is that we should our governance systems, our governance mechanisms should find a way by which we can give some of these things free to the citizens. We can get the money in an indirect manner. And that's what we are trying to push now for Lagos State government, that let's have in place a policy where some of these things go free. and we collect it in an indirect manner from the people. It could be, there are all kinds of different things. The behavioral change again is that when you're going into the supermarket, for heaven's sake, take your bag along. So you don't go there again and start asking for fresh plastic to carry your goods that you just bought. Yeah. In Kenya, single-use plastics have been banned nationally by law. So you cannot enter any supermarket and say you want to get plastic bags. You will not get it. They give you paper bags to pack your goods. And you do know that, I mean, okay, UK is a common place almost everybody in this room visits. You enter any shop and you are asking for a plastic bag, they will ask you to pay 50p. Yes. They will ask you to pay. You cannot get it for free. That 50p is not Primark's money. No, I mean, or M&S. No. Yes. That 50p goes straight to the Waste Management Authority for managing the plastic you just taken out of that store, because they know that that plastic you've taken out of that store will end up somewhere and it must be handled wherever it's going. So what I am therefore pushing now, or putting on the table, is let's think of how we empower people for behavioral change through public awareness, through incentives, through all kinds of different techniques government can put in place, through enforcement. I'm not too comfortable to say, no, we want to avoid enforcement, we want to be able to use persuasion. We know ourselves. I don't know how far persuasion can work with us in Nigeria. We need some carrot and stick.
Especially with the young people that we call the coconut head generation.
Exactly. So we need the tenets of carrot and stick. You give carrot, but you have the stick in your hand to knock on anybody who will disobey it.
So this is subject to argument that we'll leave for another day. We're fast running out of time. I want to be able to take questions from the audience, but as quickly as possible, I'll allow Dr. Essien to quickly react. I don't know if you have a microphone there with you, to talk about Loma, and he's made some suggestions. I'm sure you're taking notes. I'd like you to quickly react to that, and then we can quickly take the feedback from Mr. Oresanya, and then I'll come to the audience to take a question, but as quickly as possible. Thank you.
One particular thing I want to react to is when Prof said that whether the beans will be free or not. And
that's actually what I wanted you to react
yes.
to.
And Mr. Oresanya said that there should be an EPR that should be able to provide funds for things like this. You see, whether we like it or not, waste management will survive more with a capitalist approach. But there's still a socialist component of governance that must be deliberately left in waste management. Otherwise, the people at the low income area may not be able to comply. But be that as it is, in 2009, when Mr. Reza introduced that bean, sir, it was free. And then when we were planning for this, at some level, we were asked, why did that bean, we discovered that some people, actually because they got the bean free, they were using it to store some other things that were not waste. And some were also selling it to nearby, But now when people pay for it, even though as it is, government still subsidize. You see, except where we go back to what Mr. Reza has said, by having a sustainable EPR system, thank God the Lagos State plastic waste law is about to come out, whereby this kind of fee can be used to subsidize these things. It might be difficult. See, to take a truckload of 30 tons load of waste from Lagos to Ewekoro, I know what Mr. Daniel would pay. And if that is above his income, that program might not be successful. So we are aware that there must be some kind of socialist approach somehow. That is on that. I think the other one, this question I've answered has answered it.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. And over to you, Mr. Oresanya.
Just like Essien said, when you look at waste management generally, it's a social enterprise, all right, because of cross-subsidy that comes into waste management. Or until you are able to structure in such a way that that social enterprise Somebody's paying the bill somewhere. Nothing is free, not even in Freetown. All right, even if, like the bean we gave the other time, I said it was free. It wasn't free. Somebody paid. People paid for the land use charge. It was the money the rich people paid from the land use charge. We now diverted that money to provide beans for a lot of people in Lagos. So somebody was paying somewhere. It wasn't as if it was free. But we have to do that to incentivize household storage of waste then. Yeah, you have about 10% deficient. That should be insignificant, but about 90% complied and the objective was achieved. Now, when you look at the EPR regulation, just like Dolak said, I wonder if Victoria or Nestle will look at their product and say by the riverside here, and say this company's name, clogging the drainage. How will you feel as a CEO? You won't feel good because it is everywhere. Okay, how many can you pick? But what we're saying is that now this package here, the packaging here is about 80% of the cost of the product. All right, I'm buying water, not this plastic. All right, and there's a duty of care. And under the EPR regulation, which is based on the duty of care, the 80% of that fund is supposed to be remitted back to the collectors through the PROs. The PROs are owned by the OEMs, which are the main manufacturers of this product under the duty of care. That fund is supposed to be remitted and empower the PROs so that the PROs can pay, rather than pay 250,000 naira for a ton of plastic. Like I said, it should be going to about 1 million. It should be going to about 1 million. If I know that I will collect 1 million naira for picking up a ton of PET bottles all over, I will go harvesting. You see a lot of jobs that will be created. And this money is possible. The money is possible. We need to talk with our OEMs. And I wonder, Nezra is not here. Nezra is in charge of driving the compliance at the government level. Nezra should drive that compliance so that we can have the direct remittance of this fund. LAFARGE should be given incentive for taking in this product. Should be given incentive. Lawman should be given incentive for collecting it, because the substantial percentage that is the original equipment manufacturer are holding does not belong to them under that law. We need to drive it. And until we drive it, we'll still be at the pedestrian level. In Egypt, I know what is going on with the EPR in Egypt. Government is the one subsidizing. In England, government is subsidizing the recycling plant. There is no transfer station that you don't take certain amount of money from government based on the tonnage of waste that you recycle every month. And this money is coming from responsible production. Why is LAFARGE at the forefront of green energy driving this? These are organizations that are global organizations. Global best practice is what is driving LAFARGE. Some other people who are not global in nature may not have anybody pushing them. This is where government needs to push. This is where Nezra needs to do what it has to do. And I'm sure many of them will comply when they see Nezra driving this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So at this point, I'd like to throw the question and answer segment open and pick 1 or 2 questions, maybe one from the audience and one from our virtual audience as well. So if anyone has a question with show of hands, please. I can't take in, okay, I think I have to take the first, wow, 5 hands. No, please. So I'm going to take the man on the red cap. All right. If you can make your questions as quick as possible, 1 minute, and our panelists have 1 minute to answer, please. So please give to the man here on the red cap. I'll come to the back. 1 minute, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Femi Idowu-Adigoke. I'm the president of Lagos Recyclers Association. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much, ma. Quick, my question is a call on the EPR. And like Mr. Oresa rightly said, the onus falls on Nigeria. Presently, the food and beverage packaging EPR in Nigeria is a voluntary guideline. So what are we doing to make it mandatory? Because there are some members of the PRO that are pulling their weight, but they are very minimal in number compared to the manufacturers that are out there.
Right.
We have over 1,000 manufacturers,
Okay.
but there are only about 27 members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give the mic to the man behind you. We want to take all the questions at once. Second, as quickly as possible, 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Ade Tsunji Adebi is my name, and I'm an engineer from Nampak in Akbara. So my question is, in all of our drive for sustainable waste management, I think in the long run, government holds the biggest stick. So that means irrespective of whatever companies want to do, from their ESG drive and everything that we are trying to do, at the end of the day, everything still lies on what the government wants to hold. So my question is, in a situation where it is possible that there is a conflict of interest in what the regulating bodies want and what the companies want in terms of their sustainability drive, how do we think we can manage this and try to find a sort of a unified vision such that the company is willing to dispose of waste sustainably? At the same time, the regulating bodies would not be doing something else which negates what the companies are trying to do. I know we understand better than what I'm trying to say.
Thank you very much. One final question to the man behind in the blue suit. So please, to our panelists, we have 1 minute each. Whoever wants to answer, please signify.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Otuaba Sebasekong. I'm working with ProShare. So my question is to Mr. Resanya and, of course, Dr. Essien. Lagos is Nigeria's financial capital. We have the Nigeria Exchange, which Lafarge Africa is listed, and, of course, we have the FMDQ. Both are champions of sustainable development, and FMDQ is like the Green Exchange. There is a potential for the green bonds, which has not been leveraged or utilized in Nigeria. Is that an option? Because, like, for example, the beans, to get those beans across, population of over 18 million people requires a lot of financing. Is that an option that can be explored? Because I remember I attended a session 3 or 4 years ago where there was a bond, a kind of bond for one of these waste management and other initiatives. I don't want to go further on that, but that wasn't really successful. Is that an option?
Thank you very much for that. So we have 3 questions, and we hope that we can wrap up these 3 questions in 3 minutes. 1 minute each. So please, who would volunteer for the first question?
Okay. Let me make attempt at the first question about the convergence between the public sector and the private sector when it comes to the ESG. When you look at the ESG goals and targets, there's a common ground. Okay, the government represents the people on the sustainability tripod. The government represents the people. All right, the company represents the economy. The companies drive the economy, but they have to drive it sustainably. All right, and why you have the social angle, all right, which is still the people, all right, and the environment itself. Now, it has to go together. There is no way you can produce without being regulated properly. All right, so what the government needs is the right regulators who will understand both the whole scope of sustainability program. Thank God, Loma already has a specialist in sustainability. That's Dr. Essien. That's an organization that is deliberate at attaining that sustainability, talking from the government, the public sector perspective. It can interface with the ESG, and it will know. That's why they are making progress already with Lafarge, matching what Lafarge needs. But he confessed about the cost. All right, that's what is drawing them back. We have to get the economy right. Okay, the subsidy must come from somewhere to get those products out there. So it's all about, you can't do one without the other. All right, it's a regulation that drives compliance by the public sector. I mean, by the private sector also. Then, okay.
All right, please, does anybody else want to answer?
I just want to give a quick comment to the first question on the EPR and what NESRA is doing. Yes, some of us are also close to NESRA. And I do know that your question, very relevant. is attracting the attention of NESRA, and clearly there are more than 4,000 companies, and only 27 are members of the. It's a pity the executive secretary of just stepped out. Oh, you are here. Oh, okay, okay. So it is clear that she works closely with NESRA regularly, and NESRA is conscious of it, and they're looking for an enabling act. You know, with government, you need to make a law, which is why I have said, for Nigeria, I have always been somebody who wants to use persuasion to achieve sustainable development. Right. But we've seen that for many developing countries in Africa and elsewhere, persuasion can only reach a point. You need the stick as well, and that's why a law is needed to compel almost all companies to get into FIBRA, so that, you know, the mandate and beliefs of FIBRA can be implemented within their different companies. Because as Mr. Resanya said very clearly here, EPR is also one usable tool, one very usable instrument that can help us to achieve sustainable development. Let companies put their money where their mouth is. I was just sharing in a jocular way that what LAFARGE is doing is LAFARGE putting his money where his mouth is. LAFARGE believes in sustainable development, sustainable management of waste, and they're doing it through geocycle.
Absolutely.
Is LAFARGE the only PLC company in Nigeria? No. Why should the others go to sleep and not think of how they can, you know, turn things around within, even for their products? And I'm glad if you, you know, MSMEs are here as well as some big companies. Please let us think of what you can do. Use geocycle as a model. I also told somebody that just about 10 days ago, I was in a meeting like this in Spain, and I used the geocycle example in my talk at the place, and people were surprised that, oh, but of course, LAFARGE is Holcim. Holcim is LAFARGE. So if LAFARGE Africa doesn't do it, Holcim will call LAFARGE Africa to order. But I'm sure it's just the management that is right, that is making us achieve what
I think at this point, LAFARGE Africa deserves a round of applause for what they do with geocycle. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. So we have 2 more minutes to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Who's picking up the conflict of interest question? Yes, there's a question on conflict of interest and on green bonds.
Right, about leveraging on the green bond for being distribution. No, the green bond is project specific, it's not service specific. It's supposed to finance projects, and distributing bean is a service issue, and the green bond will not service that. I listened to the panelists in the morning talking about how to finance the ownership of solar panels and making alternative energy source available to mitigate even the increase in fuel. These are the things the green bond is meant for, and it can be approached right now. And I'm sure once the price is right, we can get it correctly. The only thing you need to access the green bond is a sovereign instrument, because it's a sovereign fund. All right, it's not something they will give to a company unless you have the Nigerian government guaranteeing and sign against it. But we are yet to get a template that will draw on the bond. The bond is a $2 billion lying there unutilized. It's a very sad story. Very sad story.
Thank you very much, sir. And the final question on conflict of interest.
To take that. So on the question of conflict of interest, I think that we all have a common goal: clean environments, zero waste to landfill, sustainable management of waste. I think that we all have a common interest, but we need to engage more to understand what each party's objectives are and how we can work together to achieve this shared objective. Maybe we have a different approach, the government has a different approach, the other companies have different approaches, but we need to come to a place where we can all talk and align on the approach to achieve the set goal. I think it's the right thing to do is really talk more and work on pilots and see how that works. And then when you're convinced, we can move forward, because we've seen where there were disagreements before, but we've achieved a synergy, and we started to work together on pilot projects across all the states. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Final words. Thank you very much, Lafarge and Geocycle. But from listening to all we have said today, in that whole value chain, something is missing: transportation, logistics. Because we have so much waste and you have so much capacity to turn it to energy. That is something we all need to come back together, think about, stop working in silos. There's someone somewhere, there's a system somewhere that can connect government waste with your power generation in a very seamless and sustainable way. I think we should take that home and think of how we can make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we please put our hands together, give an applause for this panel. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for sharing from your wealth of knowledge and experience. At this point, I'd like to welcome the CCO of Lafarge Africa to please join us for a group photograph, Mr. Khalid El-Dokani, as well as the incoming CEO, Mr. Lolu Alade Akinyemi. Once again, a round of applause for the panel session. I'd like to also welcome Dr. Ezekiel to please join us. We're all going to have a group photograph just beneath the stage. My name is Olive Emodi. I've had a great time, and it's been my honor being your moderator. And I'll be handing over to Temi Badru, who will lead us for the rest of the ceremony. So once again, a round of applause for them. Please take your...
That was such an insightful panel discussion. And, you know, the conversation doesn't have to end here. You can connect with us on social media and take the conversation beyond this room and beyond Zoom or YouTube or Instagram. Please don't forget to use the hashtag Concrete Ideas 6 when you connect with us, and Lafarge Africa. Now, our LinkedIn page is at Lafarge Africa PLC. Our Instagram page is Lafarge Africa, Lafarge_Africa. Our Twitter handle is at Lafarge_Africa. And as I mentioned, you can connect with us on YouTube at Lafarge Africa PLC. Do well to follow our page on Instagram at Lafarge_Africa. Please, let's give this panel discussants a round of applause as they make their way to take their seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great, great. Thank you so much. You may please take your seat, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please let's take our seat. Let's take our seat. The conversation continues. The event continues. Please let's take our seat. Thank you very much to our virtual audience who are a part of this conversation through their comments, their questions, their remarks. We celebrate you. Thank you for joining us at Concrete Ideas 6. It's such a pleasure to have you join us virtually or physically. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the CFO and incoming CEO of Lafarge Africa PLC, Lolu Alade Akinyemi, to come up and share some remarks as well as the vote of thanks. Please don't be in a hurry to go. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Temi. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take your permission to stand on existing protocol. So we have come to the end of the 6th edition of Concrete Ideas, and it is my pleasure to give a few closing remarks. It's also a privilege and honor to be entrusted with such an undertaking. It has been a lively and stimulating discussion, I must say, as with all the past editions of Concrete Ideas. We are very delighted and we are pleased to have the gathering of very eminent people from the energy and waste management industry, policymakers, regulators, and academia. The discussions today have been very enlightening, insightful, and inspiring. The one overriding message that I would like to say is that clean energy and circular economy are not nice to have. They are necessities for the well-being of our planet and for our future generation. Indeed, we all have a part to play, whether we are policymakers or regulators, industry or thought leader or individuals. I do feel, listening to the presentations over the past few hours, that another of the important messages to come out of this event is the general awareness that only through concerted cooperation and regular interaction can we hope to improve and understand the main issues involved and establish in the confidence required to scale this up. As the seminar has shown, Lafarge will continue to pursue the road of dialogue and cooperation and will strive to bring as many players under this umbrella as possible. Finally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the board and management of Lafarge Africa PLC, I would like to thank His Excellency the Past Commissioner for Environment, Ogun State, the head of national agencies, the chief executive and national and international companies, and all the thought leaders present. Your presence has been invaluable to us, and without any doubt has helped us to make the event of a great success. We greatly appreciate the support we have received from the members of the media in covering our activities. It is very important that the views expressed here are disseminated to a wider readership and audience, and clearly this task has been in very capable hands. We are also grateful to those who have been involved in the organization of the events, while they are too numerous to name individually. The prominent among them is our communication, public affairs, and geocycle department for doing a great job. Concrete Idea Series is an annual event. We look forward to seeing you again in the next edition, when we shall convene to discuss another topic within the construction value chain. So I want to say thank you and Godspeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lolu Alade Akinyemi, incoming CEO of Lafarge Africa PLC and CFO. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't be in a hurry to leave. We'd like you to have a taste of our hospitality here at Lafarge Africa. So please don't be in a hurry to leave. We have provisions for lunch. Now, ahead of that, it's great pleasure to bring up for special announcement the head of corporate communications at Lafarge Africa PLC. I'm talking about none other than Ginika Frank Durukbo. Please let's give her a round of applause as she comes up for some important announcement.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. Please don't be in a hurry to go. I'm sure as you were coming into this building, you would have seen some stalls, some exhibition stalls that we have to the left. It is for all of us to go and walk through the stalls. Some of our stakeholders have brought in their products and services for us to look through. In addition to that, we'll be having photo sessions and media interviews. All that will happen within 30 minutes, and then we'll come upstairs for lunch. Thank you so much for spending this time with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginika. It's been such a great pleasure to host your event, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we
GeoCycle is the professional waste management of LAFARGE Africa PLC, and our goal is to provide a zero waste future. So what we do in essence is to target organizations that generate various industrial waste, ranging from special waste, hazardous waste, or contaminated material.
Quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't forget to take a tour of the exhibition booths downstairs. The exhibition booths are open and available to you. Please don't go without taking a tour of them. As she mentioned, it's about 30 minutes tour. And don't be in a hurry to leave. Lunch is going to be served afterwards. So we go downstairs for exhibition and then we come back upstairs for lunch. Thank you.
Now, the pre-processing platform manages the end-to-end activities of our operations at this platform, which begins with the reception of waste materials that come into the platform, and that begins at the weigh bridge. That's where the material that the trucks are bringing in are being weighed for us to determine the volume of material that is coming in to the platform per time. And this is very important to us.
GeoCycle is the professional waste management of LAFARGE Africa PLC, and our goal is to provide a zero waste future. So what we do in essence is to target organizations that generate various industrial waste, ranging from special waste, hazardous waste, or contaminated material.
Now, the pre-processing platform manages the end-to-end activities of our operations at this platform, which begins with the reception of waste materials that come into the platform, and that begins at the weigh bridge. That's where the material that the trucks are bringing in are being weighed for us to determine the volume of material that is coming in to the platform per time. And this is very important to us.